to do this, and I found it. It's called Upside. Don't wait. Download the free Upside app now and use my promo code CHARM15 to redeem your $10 bonus at any Giant location. That's promo code CHARM15. Join the real people earning money just for buying groceries. Plus, you can cash out anytime to your bank account or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. What are you waiting for? Download the free Upside app now using my limited time promo code CHARM15 for a $10 bonus on your first purchase at any Giant location. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are about to enter an era of football, unfortunately for Steelers fans, that I think will be reminiscent of the 1980s, which was not a good decade for the Steelers. They wanted to draft USC receiver Mekhi Lemon and got jumped by the Philadelphia Eagles. They hired Mike McCarthy, a retread coach, this offseason. They're waiting on 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers to play quarterback. What the hell's happening with the Pittsburgh Steelers? I'm Nick Costos.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
What we got to do here when we come back from the break and I'm staring at my phone or messing with my bag and my headphones are off, I got to make sure that I get myself looking good for the cameras here. So I got and Nolan waits where he turns the mic on as I'm, putting them on backwards and my hat's askew and all the fun stuff that goes along with that. So have we rectified the problems? Are we back on video here?
We are back on video. And don't you worry, Bob. I would never do you dirty like that. I always wait till the headphones are on before I bring you back.
I appreciate that because I have to look. There's like the red letters on the side. I got them on backwards, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, that's a thing.
Such a diva.
Yeah, right. You talked about the server going down. What I have dealt with, and I'm going to put on the whiny boots now as we head into NFL lunch. We, my family, have been without cable and internet for over 24 hours now.
Yeah.
And it's not because of a power outage in Glen Burnie. My modem blew up. And when I got the new cable boxes put in last July, I think it was, I do have a coax that goes into the main DVR, but everything else is hooked up through your modem. So our cable TV is through the internet and the Wi-Fi. And I've got 3 TVs upstairs in my living room / dining room, 2 in my office, 3 in my basement, which I never use, 1 in the bedroom and 1 in my daughter's bedroom. So that's what? It's like 8, 9 TVs rolling. Big time. Not to mention the one I take outside, which I'll be doing this weekend for the Preakness Stakes and for boxing and, baseball on the weekend as I get crustaceans. But not having internet and not having cable, I had one line on the modem where I could watch the Oriole game on one of my smart TVs with the Masson app. But basketball couldn't get. I actually watched Buffalo and Montreal. Some of it. I'm not going to sit here and lie about it, but I watched some because it was the only thing on. But not having it, you feel violated. It's like I can't get access to the things because with the interweb, I'm on a computer during the week for the vast majority of my waking hours.
Yeah.
From the time I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, pretty much till I get off here at 2. Then on game days, I'll go to Pickles. I'm on for 2 hours there. Then I get home. I'm on it until I fall asleep as I'm watching a ball game. I mean, the computer internet access is monumentally important for what we do if you want to be properly prepared. You want to come in and half-ass it, well, that's up to you. I like to be ready to rock. And now it's like a cell phone. Like, I didn't realize how important cell phones were because my cell phone had internet. So I could get stats and all of this, watch some highlights. But first almost 40 years of my life, I didn't have a cell phone. First time I got a text message, I didn't even know what it was. I had to show my wife, what the hell is this? You just got a text. I said, what's that? Now I live by text. I don't like talking on the phone when I'm not babbling into this microphone. Yeah. The last thing I want is a 30-minute phone conversation. Text me, we'll correspond via that way. But not having cable and internet access, unacceptable. And the maintenance guy, and I was on the phone for 45 minutes with a tech on the phone. She did everything she could to reboot and restart so I need a new modem. The guy's not coming till tomorrow between 8 and 10. Ugh. So another at least, and I like to sit at my computer, give you a visual. My office, it's like this. I got the screen, the keypad, my TV's there, And now it's like, come on, man.
How long did it take you to get a live voice?
9-10 minutes, something like that.
That's not too bad.
Very friendly.
Some kind of record.
Very friendly. I mean, you got to go through and tell us what your problem is. Then you got to go through all these links to, it's Fios is, full disclosure, my internet provider and cable. Well, you got to prove it's you. Then they send you a link to prove it's you. And then once you get the person on the phone, you got to go through the whole rigmarole. So after she did all the maintenance to try to get it on, she goes, I'm just going to send a tech to your house tomorrow. I said, probably could have just did that 2 minutes into the conversation. They got this thing taken care of.
Always specific time when they're coming out, too.
Yeah.
I'll be here at this very second, not a 10-hour window.
I'll be home tomorrow at 3 because they moved the Oriole game. She said, I have nothing for Wednesday, so tomorrow from 8 to 10, I'm going to have to get my daughter out of bed to make sure she's awake for the guy. Because when I get home tomorrow, I better have interweb. Because my cable bill is $388 a month. Let's make this happen.
Doing show prep from the library.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the McDonald's parking lot.
But I felt, I was so dismayed when I got home. So I tried to log on. It's like, oh, man, I got no internet. This sucked.
You damn kids in your phones.
Look at us old geezers crying about the interweb, which we didn't even know existed 40 years ago. And lived quite nicely. Thank you very much. When we come back, we got some interweb Ravens stuff to bring your way. John Simpson, he's back. Will he be the left guard or the right guard when the Ravens open their season against opponent to be determined on, we know the date's going to be the 12th, but time to be determined. So stick around for John Simpson. And then we got the American League East report, give you an Orioles score update, assuming they got something rolling on there. And then Bob Nightengale, USA Today, longtime Major League Baseball writer, future Hall of Famer. Remember, when Bob Nightengale goes into Cooperstown, because I've been saying this for over 20 years, going back to WNST, you're going to be like, Bob Haynie been saying that for years. It's going to happen.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
Yeah, I know a little bit about leaving the yard, the backyard.
You too can be a home run legend with Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win instant cash, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-213-5757. That's 800-213-5757.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers turned in maybe his worst start of the season last night as the Yankees beat the Orioles 6-2. All 6 of those runs were placed on his line as he worked his way through just 4 innings, and the third is where everything went wrong. After loading the bases with just 1 out, he induced a few ground balls but didn't get bailed out by his defense. Then Trent Grisham came through with a game-changing 3-run blast to cap off the big inning for New York.
It's a tough play with Gunnar up the middle, line drive, 1 hop. Gunnar did everything he could to turn double play, and then going with Rosario down the line. Really tough play by Kobe, and made it close. Thought he might have had him, but started hoping for the replay to come through. It's tough. They found the ability to make contact and put the ball in play.
There's Craig Albernaz on the nightmare third. It didn't help that the O's lineup squandered their chance to instantly respond when they left the bases loaded in the bottom half of the frame. By the end of the night, the Birds were just 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, cloudy with highs in the mid-70s this afternoon, rain expected later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
NFL lunch, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send your song request. Blazport text line at 410-583-1057. We heard earlier from Calais Campbell, now back in Baltimore, on the Defensive Line Lounge podcast. Let's get to the other side, the offensive line, and in particular, maybe left guard, John Simpson. He left after a couple of years, went to the Jets, returned in the offseason, where he's expected, I guess, to start in some capacity. Right now on the depth chart, he's number 1 at left guard. Andrew Voorhees going to have to reestablish some confidence, I would assume, in the coaching staff. But here's John Simpson on the Lounge podcast talking about the return to Baltimore.
I just felt like me getting that opportunity to come back, it was like a no-brainer. And just being around the guys and just being in this environment, I feel like I belong here.
Yeah, the thing with Simpson, too, he sees opportunity also. Prior to, Benga being drafted, they had when Simpson signed, they had no guards, really. So the opportunity was there for him. Did he have a great year at the Jets? No, not really. But is he better than what they had? Yes. And now, is he better than what they had? Probably. We don't know. Hopefully, Emory Jones Jr. is better, and Venga is definitely better. So, for the Ravens' sake and what the Ravens want, they want those two young guys to be better than Simpson. And ideally, I would think that eventually, and they would probably prefer that Simpson be the swing guy, would be the ideal scenario. That means your young guys are, all right, because then we got young guys, we got a young line for a while, at least inside.
From last year, the guard play, Daniel Fa'alele was a Pro Bowl alternate in 24. Mm-hmm. He was meme level bad last year. And there's still people that cover the team that still defend him. I mean, is he, bad in pass protection? I mean,
moving laterally was his weakness.
Yeah, could he get in front of you and, create space? Sure. But Andrew Voorhees was a guy going back to when the Ravens drafted him out of USC. He was considered one of these infamous steals because he got hurt at the combine, had a redshirt year, was handed the job
2 years in a row.
24.
Yeah.
Got hurt, but wasn't playing all that great. And then Patrick McCary took over at left guard and earned himself a big deal with Jacksonville, and rightfully so. I mean, he did yeoman's work above and beyond for Baltimore. God bless him for getting paid. So it's still on the roster, by the way. But how far has he fallen in the pecking order? And now, Fa'alele's with the Giants and John Harbaugh, who was always kind of an advocate of his. Yeah. I mean, is he still a salvageable guy? Because that their play or inconsistent play, if not bad play, was real detrimental to the Ravens trying to achieve things on offense last season.
Yeah, the thing, maybe a new coach will help him. A new O-line coach will, is going to help. But Bob, he was always on the ground. He was always lunging. Can he fix that? Can Voorhees fix that? Because I was making fun of him, like saying that he liked to make love to the ground because he was on the ground all the time.
Right.
So I don't know. Is natural knee bender, can he? We'll see. But if he's starting, Bob, somebody got hurt, would be my guess.
Right. And that probably will not be an ideal thing because we look at Simpson, we got Venga and Simpson. Venga's at left, Simpson's at right, whatever, or Emory Jones. He's got to be like the fourth guy.
Oh, yeah.
Best case scenario now. Yeah. Even if he plays his ass off in training camp.
No question about it. No question about it. And, I don't know that he probably is too high cut kind of guy, Bob, to maybe try to be a center. So I don't see that happening. So, yeah, I agree with you. He would be fourth out of those four guys right now.
John Simpson on the Lounge podcast talked about first time in Baltimore and how his career, he was drafted out of Clemson, went to the Raiders, and how things got better for him the first time in Baltimore.
It was a long process, obviously, to get me where I am today.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to put it. It was just like a light switch almost. I feel like the confidence that I got, being here and just going through a winning, organization, it just kind of helped me. Like I said, it showed me how it's supposed to be done.
And I think, Bob, he was okay for what he was, because he could pull, like Giro, what they wanted to do a lot was pull him and kick out and turn up the field and do those things, and he got paid by the Jets to leave the Ravens. So he fit. And I think, Bob, the other thing that helped him, Lamar saved him a lot. Which probably made him look even better. And Lamar made a lot of guys look good. So, with Lamar not, because he didn't have great, and I'm not a big PFF guy, it all depends on who's grading it.
Right.
But his numbers with PFF with the Jets were not good.
No. And he was, a starter for the Ravens at 23 when they made the AFC Championship game, and he parlayed that, and that was Monken's year as the OC, but he parlayed that into a 2-year contract were in 2 seasons with the Jets. He started all 34 games.
Yeah.
So he did his thing at left guard. It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, NFL Lunch. You mentioned the new offensive, or one of the offensive line gurus, maybe the guru, Dwayne Ledford. Here's John Simpson talking about the conversations he's had with him so far.
Coach Led, his biggest thing is speed off the ball, and he, like, obviously he watched my film and stuff like that, and he loves, like, how I move and stuff. So he was like, just bring that and just be who you are, just be nasty, bring that tenacity, and everything else will, like, speak for itself. He's one of, like, the best teachers I think I've ever had. Like, beyond being a coach, like, he's a great teacher, and he wants it to be to a point where it's just like you get the play call and you get up there, you get to the line fast and you just run it. He don't want you second guessing or anything like that.
And that's kind of what I heard about what this offense was going to be. It was a good lot for the O-line. It was going to be a lot simpler for them, and Ledford and Declan Doyle, it sounds like, Bob, they don't want the massive bodies, Joe D liked massive bodies. Harbs likes massive bodies. You look at the Giants guys, he likes big bodies, and Giro's there too. So these guys are more like West Coast offensive type, where they want athleticism and guys that, are quick off the snap and that can pull and can run and turn upfield.
When the Ravens open their season, Simpson will be where? We talk about best case scenarios. What's a realistic scenario?
I think he's starting right guard, Bob.
Ioane is the left guard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then Emory Jones, we'll see. Hopefully, like, he's close. That's my hope, is that he is close to being ready to start, and then at any time, if somebody got hurt, he could be the starter, and then move Simpson out and let him be the rotational guy.
So OTAs are next week, and probably see a lot of veteran participation in the open one on Tuesday. And Jesse Minter's going to meet a couple of players. Then we have OTAs 3 weeks in a row. Then it's mandatory minicamp, and then it's training camp as we get you ready for NFL 2026. Schedule release coming out tomorrow night. Orioles right now taking on the Yankees. Grisham walks the leadoff game against Kyle Bradish, so we're in the top of the first. Man on first, nobody out. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. We'll talk about what happened last night in the American League's Eastern Division. We already know the Orioles lost 6-2. Birds didn't make a roster move today. We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
Go to callamazing.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile.
Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All right. AL East report here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vince Corrado, Noel McGraw. We're going to hear from in a second. Talk about what's happening in Major League Baseball, American League East, and beyond. Before we get into today, which is already half inning in, Orioles lose last night 6-2. Trevor Rogers gives up a home run first pitch. Paul Goldschmidt, Trent Grisham took a deep 3-run shot later in the ball game. Orioles were down, and that was kind of all she wrote. Did chip away a little bit. Bases loaded, nobody out, couldn't scratch in that when Trevor Rogers' earned run average has ballooned to 577. He's given up more earned runs than innings pitched in his last 5 or 6 starts. So he came back from the flu. Didn't really work out all that great for him. Will Warren gets the win last night for the Yankees. He's 5-1. Sammy Basayo and Tyler O'Neill had the ribbies for the Orioles. Now today, Kyle Bradish walked Trent Grisham to lead off the game, but Ben Rice struck out, swinging on a little curveball action, and Aaron Judge grounded into a double play. So you'll take that whenever you can keep that menace off the plate or off the base paths or taking you deep, and all the things he's done to make the Orioles feel real unhappy over the years. So we're sitting here, bottom of the first inning. Ward's at the plate. He's 2-2 count. I can't give you the full play-by-play because that would be a copyright violation. But Max Fried is on the mound. And Ward last night broke an 0-for-19 with a couple of knocks and just singled to right field to start things off for the Orioles here. Here's the lineup. Ward, Henderson, Rutman, Alonso, O'Neill, Tavares, Mayo, DH, Wilson's at third, and then Blaze Alexander. He is at second base. Dylan Beavers placed on the 10-day IL with an oblique that caused him to be a late scratch last night against New York. Maverick Handley was called up from the minor leagues, and we talked about it earlier. Wyatt Basayo in the game after a couple of knocks last night, including a ribby, while it's a lefty matchup, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully we'll see if they can do damage Baltimore against Max Fried. And we get into that New York bullpen, maybe we'll see Sammy Basayo get himself a couple of swings in here for sure. But it's Bradish taking on Max Fried. Oriole Park Cannon Yards. Winner of this game wins the series. And for the Orioles, it would be a much needed bounce back against a team that has pretty much had their number for the last couple of years for sure. And beat them up real bad in the Bronx in the win the other night. The Orioles were getting no hit through 6 innings. So we'll see if they can get out of here with a series win. Gunnar's at the plate, runner on first. Nobody out here down at Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Elsewhere in the division, last night Phillies taking on the Red Sox, and a guy that is on fire, a guy that the Orioles tried to sign apparently in the offseason, and he made the Red Sox pay on a Tuesday.
That one's hit well out toward right center field. This has got a chance. It's big out there, and it is gone. His 5th consecutive game with a home run. And Kyle Schwarber has just given the Phils a 1-0 lead.
That's NBC Sports Philadelphia. Kyle Schwarber, 5th straight game, as you heard, with a homer. 2-1 was the final score as the Phillies handled their business there. Zach Wheeler was outstanding, 7 1/3, as he picks up the win in that one. But Schwarbsy, remember the news came out after he re-signed with Philadelphia, Nolan, that the Orioles had made a similar offer, if not one that exceeded what Philadelphia offered him. He wound up staying in Philly, and then the Orioles just circled to Pete Alonso, who has 8 home runs and starting to heat up here in the month of May. Gunnar just hit into a double play, by the way. But Schwarbsy or Alonso? What are we thinking here?
Well, I mean, he used the Orioles to get what he wanted out of Philadelphia. It was the exact same offer. So they said, hey, go see what your market is. And he came back to them, can you do this? Yeah, we can do that. And then they signed it. So it was a little disappointing at the time, but then you get Pete Alonso. I'll say this. We're ragging on the Orioles defense almost every day. Not almost, every single day.
Yeah.
If Kyle Schwarber was here, he'd be locked into DH every single day. No budging, no movement there. If you play him in the outfield, Tyler O'Neill is in light years ahead of him defensively. So, well, you could argue, how could it get any worse defensively? So maybe we'll just take the home runs.
Yeah, don't say that.
As far as trying to get Adley and Basayo in the lineup together with Schwarber also here, probably would have been impossible.
Yeah, so Kyle Schwarber on fire. The Phillies have done really well since Don Mattingly took over for Rob Thompson as the skipper there. For Boston, they're just having a really, really tough 2026. And by the way, there are no tears coming from this side of the
none whatsoever
of the table at all. Tampa Bay Rays. I mean, what can you say? Taking on the Toronto Blue Jays, defending American League champions. Lesser team because of injuries and all of that good stuff, but Tampa just keeps cooking, and you got extra innings, and they just find ways to win games.
And a ground ball base hit through the right side. The Rays are going to grab the lead. Taylor Walls on the first pitch singles home Mullins, getting that ball through the right side of the infield, and it becomes a 6-5 Rays lead.
Dwayne Stats, almost hearing him on a daily basis from Rays TV talking about Tampa and their latest win. 7-6 would turn out to be the final score in that game. Walls with the go-ahead single in the 10th. Cedric Mullins scored the run, but Ced also drove in 2 runs. He's had a rough year. If you just look up his stats, Cedric Mullins is not hitting the ball. I mean, he's making Cowser look like George Brett if you look at some of these stats. But Ced's still contributing to the cause, and he did yesterday. 7-6 was the final score of the late. Hit a home run as well, as Tampa has now won 16 of their last 18 ball games. Orioles and Yankees underway as we speak, scoreless through 1 as Adley grounds out to third base. Other games today, Phillies at Boston, and then Tampa and Toronto get it on as well. Standings in the American League East as we start today's action. Tampa, as we said, 16 of 18, 3 in a row. They're 2 games up on New York. Orioles are 10 games off in May 13th. Toronto's 10.5. Boston 11 back. Cleveland game and a half up on Chicago in the Central. A's 1 up on Seattle in the West. Braves strong 9-game lead in the East over Philly, but the Phillies are showing a pulse here, as we've said. Cubbies 2.5 up on the Brewers, who have won 5 in a row, and the Padres still lead the Dodgers by a half game in the National League West. If the playoffs started today, your wild card teams in the American League would be New York, Seattle, and Chicago. The White Sox. Ooh. Mike Harmon, buy that playoff hat. Orioles are 2 games out there. And in the National League, it's the Brewers, Cardinals, and Dodgers. The Pirates a game out of the wild card. We don't really start paying much attention to that until we get closer to the All-Star break and then the trade deadline, and then maybe a little bit more. I don't know, Memorial Day could be a litmus test date for Major League Baseball as well. That's your update for MLB here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. When we come back, talk more baseball. Bob Nightengale, USA Today, great baseball writer, get his thoughts on the season so far, as a lot of teams are disappointing in the American League especially. I mean, are the Rays for real? Can they really keep what they're doing going? 16 of 18. Hey, remember the Yankees before they had that struggle city there? They had done the same thing. Is Tampa for real? And how do they get it done? And what about that National League Central? The Braves have the best record, but is the best division the NL Central? And is the future NL champion possibly coming out of there?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato on Memorial Day. It's close, which means summer. It's almost here. Baseball season, cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. 'Tis the season that we wait for. So, if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, check out Town Appliance's Memorial Day event, and it's happening right now. From premium grills and pizza ovens to outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners, and luxury kitchen appliances. They've got everything to get your home ready for summer. Their showroom, right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and I can tell you firsthand that Mayor and Mayor made the process very easy for me with my GE fridge, and they genuinely care about helping customers find out what works best for their home, and that's what they did with me. You know, bring in, all right, what do you need? And I told them what I was looking for and everything. They made it simple. And they showed me, you know, what they have and what they didn't have and what they, you know, could order for me if they didn't have the right color and stuff. And I ordered it. It took like 3 days. It was simple and it was great. And Mayor, they were awesome. Now with flexible financing, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, now is a great time to upgrade your home for the summer. Before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits, stop by the showroom like I did, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Hey, I'm Ryan Ripken. Does taking your dog to the vet feel like a big production? Well, it did for me until I found Homeward Bound Urgent Care Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in urgent care with evening and weekend hours so you can get care when you actually need it. And with advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery, your pet gets fast, high-level care. It's convenient, it's trusted, and it's right in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today. Your pet will thank you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens' offensive line is close to being complete heading into the 2026 season. The only missing piece is a new starting center, although the conversation post-draft has been more about the few names in-house who could possibly be elevated to that role. At the very least, the team hopes they've significantly improved at both guard positions with the arrival of first-round pick Venga Ioane and the return of John Simpson. The veteran recently joined the Lounge podcast and spoke on what led him to come back to Baltimore after a 2-year stint with the Jets.
Their main thing was just bringing that tenacity and just being physical and just trying to be a dominant force. And I was just like, hey, look, I'm going to do everything I can for y'all, man, because like I said, this is like home. I think the reason they brought me here is the reason I feel like I belong.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Don't just pass the vibe check this summer. Ace it with one of McDonald's new ice-cold drinks like the Dirty Dr. Pepper, Sprite Berry Blast, or Strawberry Watermelon Refresher, or any of your classic favorites from McDonald's, because everyone knows there's drinks, but then there are drinks from McDonald's. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, cloudy with highs in the mid-70s this afternoon, rain expected later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 1057 The Fan.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 1057 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday, Vinny and Haney, 1057 The Fan. Bob Haney, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Orioles, Yankees. Scoreless, bottom of the second. Kyle Bradish threw 2. Looks like his A game is very much in play. That curveball is biting. Birds had a runner on first and got a double play and a ground out. So it is what it is. Birds, Yankees. Series finale winner takes the 2 out of 3, and they'll move on to the next phase of it. Leave it to Beavers, placed on the IL with an oblique. Maverick Handley was called up from the minor leagues. But joining us now to talk about baseball as we approach Preakness weekend this Saturday at Laurel from USA Today's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show our friend and yours, Bob Nightengale. Bob, what's up?
Yeah, doing good. Thanks, Bob.
Appreciate your time as always, Bob. And we look at the American League East as we start today's action. Tampa's 2 games up. Yankees, they're 11 over 500. Then everyone else is really disappointing, 10 games plus behind the division leaders. Of the 3 bottom feeders, we sit here on May the 13th. Who has been the most disappointing of Baltimore, Toronto, and Boston right now?
Tough call. Pretty much equal. I'd probably go with Toronto slightly just because they're in the World Series last year. And they made a big push to get better where, Baltimore, made some moves, didn't really address the pitching, but they got Alonso. Boston didn't get the hitting, but they got Ranger Suarez. But I'd probably go with Toronto because they seem to be, all in, among those 3 teams.
Of those 3 teams, the most likely to get it together and maybe not challenge for the division title. You're already up against a double-digit deficit, but make a real run at the postseason here.
I'll go back to Toronto.
Okay.
I think they're going to bounce back. They had some injuries and stuff. Baltimore seems like just spinning the wheels. Boston, their offense is pathetic. So I'll go with Toronto on this one.
Now, Tampa, and I don't think anybody expected them to be the hottest team in baseball in mid-May and 2 games up in the division as they've won 16 of their last 18 games. And they did go, Bob, as you know, of course, a couple years without making the postseason. But where the hell did this come from, what they're doing so far this season? And is it sustainable?
I don't think it's sustainable. they weren't in a rebuild, but they're certainly in a retooling. That's why they traded, Shane Boz, and some of the moves they made was for the, for the future, at least next year. So I can't see them, continuing at this pace. I think eventually the Yankees run away and hide with this thing.
Bob Nightengale, USA Today, joining us, talking some baseball here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw on the Fan. Let's get to the NL Central in particular, where every team's above 500. Cubs in first place right now. They've had 2 long winning streaks. The Brewers starting to percolate. Who's for real? Who's fraudulent? I mean, could we see the Pirates and Reds go back to the 70s? Their kind of dominance, or is it still going to be Chicago, Milwaukee when it's all said and done here?
I think it's going to be Chicago, Milwaukee once again. We always discount Milwaukee. Then at the end of the year, they're getting the last laugh and running away with the division. So, people are counting them out when they trade away Peralta, but they're still very good. St. Louis, 7 games over 500. They're in a full-scale rebuild. They dumped everybody. So I certainly don't see this lasting. I think Pittsburgh could be, run a 500 team. And I think Cincinnati's going to be like a year ago where they're going to be, fighting for a playoff spot, like the last wild card spot. But I fully expect the Brewers and Cubs to both be in the postseason again.
Hey, Bob, reading, about the meeting yesterday between MLB and the Players Association, it's, it was very nice conversations, initial presentations. But it's still going to come down to the salary cap is what the owners want. And how long is that going to end up taking?
Yeah, they're right on schedule like normal. They, do the first meeting this time of year, then they posture, and then, December 1st rolls around and no deal's done. Then the lockout starts. Last time it was 99 days, but didn't affect any games. This one, everybody I talked to say, that I think the owners want to see whether the players will buckle, and the only way that's going to happen is missing a check. So that's why, a lot of people say, well, nothing's going to get done until, after that first payday is missed. Then talks, resume, harder, mid-April, that sort of thing. So, everybody seems to think that there's going to be some games missed. Just how many is a question, but not. I think worse comes to worse. We're playing baseball by Memorial Day, if not earlier.
Now, Bob, you mentioned a little bit earlier about Pittsburgh. In Skeens yesterday, 2-hitter. It seems scary that his location is so much better now, and he's always got 100 in his pocket if he needs it. But it doesn't seem like he's using that as much because his location is so much better. How good is Skeens?
Yeah, it's like watching a, back in the day with Pedro or Roger Clemens, or even further back with Nolan. But Nolan Ryan was, wild. So it's phenomenal what he's doing. He could have had 3 no-hitters, in the last month. It's amazing. Every time he pitches, you think, okay, here it comes. I saw him in Phoenix about 10 days ago, and I was convinced with the 4th inning, this guy's going to throw one. And then he got a little dribbler and gave up a hit. So he still doesn't have that 9-inning complete game. At some point, they got to take the reins off and let him start doing that. Love to see him, have more complete games than every team combined, which I think is possible, because that pitch count is, he's keeping that below 100 every time.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, I don't think the Pirates play the Orioles anymore here in 2026, because the Orioles will make you think about no-hitter on a couple of occasions this year. Bob Nightengale, USA Today. Bob, last thing for you. We got the Guardians and Angels on the tube right now, and it looks like it's going to be another playoff-less season for Los Angeles. What's the end game for Trout here? Now in his, early, pushing mid-30s, and relatively healthy. Might not be the dude he was when he was a transcendent player, but does he play out the string there, or do we try to get him in the postseason so we can see him do some Clemente Brooks Robinson stuff in the Fall Classic?
No, he stays there. He's very comfortable there. let's be honest, the trade value is non-existent because of all the money he's making and all the time he's missed. He's we'll see how long his lasts, but he's hurt all the time. So no team has called in the last 2 years. Say, hey, would you be willing to trade Trout? I'm sure they did ask Trout, hey, do you want to go? And what abide by his wishes, he really did. But they're not going to eat money to do that. Just some guys are very comfortable in places. I mean, Tony Gwynn stayed forever in San Diego when he had a chance to leave. Ohtani would have come back to the Angels. I know people say when he wanted to play for a contender. Yeah, he did, but he gave the Angels every opportunity to match what the Dodgers did and said, I prefer to stay here if possible. So, some guys are just very, very comfortable there and guys are routine, and you see how guys struggle when they go to new teams. So, no, Trout will be there for the rest of his career.
He's Bob Nightengale, USA Today. Bob, always great to talk to you. Appreciate the time and the insight. Enjoy the rest of your Woman Crush Wednesday, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds great.
Thanks,
Take
Bob.
care, guys.
Yep.
You got it. Here's Bob Nightengale. Everybody will come back, close out the program. We'll talk to Nolan McGraw, and at least at 1:40, we got to stop ragging on Kobe Mayo. So there's a ground ball to third or something.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Guys, if things aren't rising to the occasion, you're not alone. LifeMed Institute, they got you covered from head to toe. Whether your ED is tied to weight, stress, or life just throwing incompletions, we've got the winning playbook. Custom ED mids, check. Free consultations, double check. Discreet delivery that's more private than your browser history, triple check. But here's the real game changer. Shockwave therapy. Think of it as a wake-up call for your manhood. No needles, no pills, just pure, powerful waves targeting the root of the problem. 20 minutes, zero pain, maximum gain. This bad boy restores blood flow like a highway construction crew that actually finishes on time. Back in action with no downtime, no side effects, just rock-solid confidence and spontaneous fun. Now, are you tired, wired, uninspired? LifeMed's IV therapy is like a lightning bolt of vitality straight to your veins. Electrolytes, vitamins, and minerals flooding your system faster than you can say, energy drink who. Whether you crush from crushing deadlines or demolish from dominating the gym or just need to bounce back from weekend warrior activities, why sip when you can drip? Revive, restore, rock on. Call LifeMed Institute, 410-575-1200, or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. Your body and your partner will send you a thank you card. Be sure to tell them Vinny sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last night in San Antonio, the Spurs absolutely dismantled the Timberwolves, taking a 3-2 series lead with a dominant 126-97 win. Victor Wembanyama was a force of nature, racking up 27 points and didn't elbow anyone in the neck. Minnesota had no answer for that second half surge, and now they're facing a must-win Game 6 back in Minneapolis this Friday. I'm Maddie Bates.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And through Friday at Mattress Firm, you can get a Sealy mattress in any size for only $494.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And through Friday at Mattress Firm, you can get a Sealy mattress in any size for only $494.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Orioles up 1-0. Top of the third against New York. Kobe Mayo, 111. Off the bat, scores Leody Tavares, who reached on a fielder's choice. Jones grounds out to first. Top the, as we said, start the third. Hey, your boy Anthony Volpe's at the plate, Owen.
Don't assign him to me. Yeah, that's not my boy.
Hey, your boy, went deep last night for the White Sox, who, by the way, would be in the playoffs if they started today, which they don't. But Kyle Bradish, he's got his A game rolling today, so hopefully he'll get some crooked numbers, pick up his second win of the season before the Orioles hit the road for Washington and win the series against New York, because after the debacle against the Yankees last time, and then they dropped 2 out of 3 to the A's, they need a series win. They take on the Nats, who are hovering around 500 in the NL East. But Kyle Bradish, this is the good news, because he was pretty dominant against the A's in his last start, and he's looking really sharp so far. Yes, it's early against New York. Tomorrow, schedule release. Well, it's tomorrow night, but I'm assuming, Vinny, we'll get some leakage here as the schedule gets closer and closer to becoming our reality. And then we can do the fun yet futile exercise Friday. There you go, 12-5. They're going to win in Cincinnati. They're going to win in China. They're going to do all these stupid things, and then none of it will take place. And then they'll finish 8-9, and coaches will get fired and all that good stuff. It won't be that bad.
No, normally, if I remember right, like the owner usually gets the schedule, usually run in the morning, and then he shares it with the coaches and stuff. And then once it gets into coaches, then it's it'll get some leakage.
Well, you always have some media people that think that they've got a line on it, and then they post, and they're usually wrong. But while we're on the air tomorrow, because it happened every year, we'll follow Twitter.
Yeah.
Browns at Bengals week 6.
No doubt. Yeah.
Pittsburgh against, the French Foreign Legion week 10 and all that stuff.
That's where I give the people credit. The people that are trying to piece together the leaks, because anyone can make something up.
Yeah.
But the people that sit there and okay, they're piecing the entire puzzle together in a spreadsheet. And like, okay, well, this person's claiming the Browns are playing so-and-so in week 2. Person over here says they're playing the Ravens. Where's the mix-up here?
Who you picking, Bob? Yeah. Let's pick for who Ravens play first.
I think it's Browns. I think division for sure.
Yeah, I think Bengals.
Yeah, it's not going to, it won't be Buffalo because they play at Buffalo.
Yeah.
Their home opener is the second week. Who'd they open with last year? Oh, at Buffalo, the playoff rematch. And the year before that, wasn't it a division game? 24, don't make me think.
Cleveland, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
No, because they... we could figure it out, but let's just sit here and spin our tires.
I could pick this little thing that says Ravens schedule 2024, which takes me about another half a second. They open at Kansas City.
How could you forget?
Samsonite. We were way off.
Yeah.
And then they lost to the Raiders at home. So with that, I'm going to say they open against... I don't know. Let's go...
Chargers?
I'll go division rival. I'll go Cincinnati or Cleveland. Let's play it safe.
Wow. Bold.
Let's the last 2 years, they didn't open against a division rival.
All right, I'll switch. I'll take the Chargers.
Okay.
I'll take Chargers because of Minter.
There you go. Real men pick the record before seeing the schedule.
Yeah.
Put me down for 10-7, as usual.
Is that what you're going with?
Every year. Before or after looking at the schedule, I always land on 10 wins.
Ravens opponents, let me look at this real quick. Home, blah, blah, blah. Are they open at home? That's the question I have.
I say, yeah, they have to.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. New Orleans Saints will be their first game.
NFC team.
Opening the season against the New Orleans Saints.
That'd be a good one.
It wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, I'd take that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm going with.
Chargers would be that'd be kind of a tough one, I think.
Hey, you don't want to start 0-1 again.
No.
Well, we can't have the setup like last year where, sure, we thought the Ravens were going to be great, but we even admitted that schedule, man, it was a gauntlet, right? Yeah. That even the most optimistic people, you probably had to put them down for at least 2 losses in that first 6-7 week stretch just because all the primetime games, the playoff teams from a year prior, it was really daunting.
Now, it's going to be New Orleans to open the season at M&T Bank Stadium, 1 o'clock kickoff, and the Ravens will beat the fleur-de-lis off the side of that helmet. How's that sound? With their faded gold. I don't know why they went away from the glossy stuff. But let's go to the Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start with this texter here who says, all of these people calling for Gunnar to move down in the lineup, but who moves up to take his spot? It's Ward at the top and then a rotating cast of guys who have isolated big moments. This is total failure top to bottom, not just 1 or 2 movable players.
Well, Oriole Hall of Famer and a guy that hit third a lot during his 3-time All-Star career, Sweet Swinging Kenny Singleton, texted me and he said Gunnar should bat third.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. I'm not making it up. That's a true story. Gunnar should bat third, Ward, Adley, and then Gun Show. Then Alonso, and have fun with that. Basayo batting 5th.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thought of trying to get him in a spot to produce, right, that when he does break through and have that hit, that it could drive in a couple, and then maybe that helps create some momentum, because leadoff, if he snaps out of this, right, and he's just setting the table, that doesn't, with the way everyone else is swinging right now, it doesn't get you anything.
Yeah, his first at bat, if you missed it, he grounded into a double play.
Yeah. So much for
batting second.
Yes. Let's see. Mike here disagrees with me about Adley Rutman. Says, very aggravating. Adley had a multitude of injuries over the past few years. Everyone who knows baseball knew he could return to form. I don't know about that. Says, there's also no reason the O's can't bring him back on a long-term deal. This isn't the same ownership group to just say that he's good as gone. It's way too early. Well, my point wasn't about ownership. My point was about the fact that he's going to be 30 years old, and you've already committed long-term money to another catcher in Sam Basayo. So we're seeing them try to make life work with both of them on the roster this year, and they are 2 of your better offensive producers. So if we get to the end of this season and you feel really confident in your ability that you can make that work moving forward, 1 catching, 1 DHing, you like that balance, then okay, we can explore it. But between Adley, to me, still being a mystery as to who he truly is, and the fact that he's going to hit free agency as an inopportune time, they tongue twist myself here.
Yeah.
I just don't see him being here long term.
And what for Adley at this stage, and right now he's on pace to maybe be the starting catcher for the American League All-Star team, which, by the way, would be the second time he's accomplished that feat. At 28, 29, pushing 30, a 5-year deal, 3-year deal with, options and all this stuff. I don't know. You're in that kind of a quandary. Now, if you would have rolled at him in 2024 and offered him like a 5-year plus deal, that would have made sense. But now, I don't know.
Well, they only move with him just because of his age coming out. Again, in my opinion, would have been to do the preemptive, like the 8-year sort of thing, and then buy out a couple arbitration on the tail end. And then you dip into the early 30s, but then you get out. And I'm sure they probably had an offer on the table. It wasn't appropriate, I'm sure, or for what he was, his status as a prospect at the time. So, I mean, Basayo's the only one that they've offered money, and he's actually bit, and it wasn't a ton of money.
Yeah, and if he trends the way we think he will, and we've seen in the small sample size, it's going to be a steal for them. Blaze Alexander dropped a bunt, Fried threw it away, so it's a first base and an error. Ward just walked. Now Gunshow's coming to the plate, runners on first and second, nobody out. Usually what
I'm closing my eyes.
Guys who bat third do in the lineup. That's going to do it for us. Inside Access coming up next as they'll take you through till 6 o'clock. We'll be back tomorrow at 10. Total Request Thursday. Don't forget, at noon tomorrow, we're going to be ripping it with Ryan. We'll be getting the dribs and drabs of the NFL schedule for 2026. I'm predicting 4 Ravens national TV games at least to start the season. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haney. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books and bless you on sports. Cavs Pistons Game 5 in Detroit, and I think the home team will be the superior squad again. The Cavs and Pistons have both looked like completely different teams at home and away thus far. And for Detroit, who should put Asar Thompson and Jalen Duren on milk cartons for their performances last game, I expect an unmatched defensive intensity tonight and better shot making. Sometimes you just don't overthink it. I'll roll with the Pistons to cover the small number tonight at home. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles currently lead the Yankees 1-0 in the 3rd inning of today's series finale. Kobe Mayo sent an RBI double down the left field line in the 2nd to score Leody Taveras all the way from 1st. And on the mound, Kyle Bradish has been dialed in with just 1 walk and no hits allowed while striking out 3. And last night in the NBA playoffs, the Spurs regained control of their series against the Timberwolves with a 126-97 win. After being ejected early in Game 4, Victor Wembanyama made the most of a full workload this time around by scoring 27 and adding 17 rebounds. On the other side, Minnesota struggled greatly with their shooting, hitting just 9 of their 33 three-point attempts on the night. This fan flash is sponsored by Farnan & Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, cloudy with highs in the mid-70s this afternoon. Rain expected later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
I think he's got great energy. He's excited. I think he's really done a great job being here, learning the new approach of the offense and the terminology and all those things. It's not an easy thing to do for anybody. But I just think it's just a great vibe. It's not just him, it's everybody. It's Derek, it's Zay, it's the line, the D-line. It's really everybody's offense. The attendance has been great. The energy has been really nice to see. The practicing, I think, just some different changes, the little nuances in the offense. But listen, Lamar is honestly, just the most, in my opinion, the most talented player in the league. And I think he's excited, and we expect him to have a massive year this year. Very, very, I think, and that was one of the things as we interviewed coaches what made our job, I think, really, in my mind, one of the best jobs, maybe the best job, was Lamar, and having the chance to work with him and just hearing the excitement of these coaches about Lamar and working with him is a special thing.
So that's Eric DaCosta. I think that was when he was on with Femi and Bruce Cunningham on Saturday talking about Lamar Jackson. And the rest of the guys just buying in to the new coaching staff. Lamar has been present for everything so far. They have another round of OTAs coming up. We just got an email from the Ravens, Bone, as media availability, Tuesday? That's probably going to not work for us because it's a 12:30 practice and then 2:30 they talk, and we're on at 2, so we can't be there, but that's cool. Another round of OTAs as we get closer to then mini camp and then training camp. But by the way, Orioles lead the Yankees 3-0 in the third, which seems like a dozen with the way they score runs. But with the Ravens, now that we are in the meat of all the offseason workouts, biggest remaining questions for the Ravens, I guess, Bone, it starts with catcher. I mean, center.
Well, pass catcher.
Yeah, pass catcher. Yeah, you could say pass catcher. Someone who can, yes. That's what I meant. No, it's center. I was looking at I was thinking center, and then I look at my screen, I'm seeing Adley Rutman driving this ball with the sack fly. So yes. It's just my brain went to mush. But yeah, center, I guess, is number one.
There's still a ton of question marks surrounding this roster, and we're going to give our six-pack next hour of the 6 biggest questions remaining for this team. But sure, center, that's high up the list.
They don't have one.
We still have no idea about Nnamdi Madubuike. All signs point to the fact that he's going to play, but we haven't heard from Nnamdi Madubuike since week 1, week 2, heading into the week 2 game against the Browns? Like, what's going on with Nnamdi's status? Who else is going to be added to this roster? Because Eric said to Femi and Bruce, hey, we don't line up to play a game until September, so our roster doesn't have to be finalized until then. It becomes a 53-man roster. Do they bring in a pass catcher? Mm-hmm. Do they bring in an edge rusher? Or door number 3?
Inside linebacker.
Inside linebacker could be one. Heck, what does this Declan Doyle offense look like when practice starts getting real with OTAs, mini camp, and then training camp and preseason games? We have no idea what a Declan Doyle offense is going to look like. And then you can kind of get into the contract situations. Zay Flowers, does he get a contract extension? Lamar Jackson, does he get a contract extension? There's a lot of questions.
You made a very astute point yesterday, Bone, and I was thinking about it last night, falling asleep to the Orioles game. Are they really going to play with fire with this wide receiving core? And what I mean by that is, I used to joke all last year with Zay and pray, because let's face it, Rashad Bateman has been a non-factor in this offense, save for one season. And, hey, I love what I've seen from Elijah Surratt at Indiana, and I like what I saw from Jacoby Lane. And Femi was a huge Jacoby Lane guy before they even picked him. But they're both rookies, and they are not first-round picks. And the Ravens' history of drafting wide receivers is not good. So if you're depending on behind Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, and 2 rookies, are you really is that the choice you're going to make? Because as we discussed yesterday, I don't think they're keeping 7. So they're going to have to do something unforeseen, which is either trade Bateman or decide that Surratt's your punt returner and get rid of Wester to bring in another guy.
Yeah, I just, for a team with Super Bowl aspirations, and you're the Ravens. I know Harbs didn't like the Super Bowl or bust, but every single year you're going for it with this franchise. Are you really going for it, considering that Zay's the only sure thing at wide receiver? I just think you are certainly playing with fire heading into the season with the wide receiver room, how it's currently constructed. There's a lot of risk there, man.
Yeah, I think if you decide to go that route, and if Bateman, and again, look at the tight ends. You've got Mark Andrews, who looks like a declining asset, and 2 rookies, because Smythe is a blocker.
Yeah, pass catcher in general is just a huge, huge question mark for this football team, because we're not super high on Mark Andrews at this point, coming off his worst season of his career. And
You got a couple of rookies that, it seems good, but you're talking about a 4th round pick, 5th round pick, and obviously talking about wide receiver. Declan Doyle, in his introductory press conference, he was giving some love to Todd Monken and what he did here. And he brought up the 2024 offense, saying hey, that's what we're shooting for. That's what we would like to get back to. And what made that offense so great was that it was pick your poison. And that's what the Bears were last year. It was a pick your poison offense. You never knew who was going to lead them in receiving in any given week. And you would think that you would want to give Declan Doyle the most weapons that he could get at his disposal. You would think that you want to give Lamar Jackson the most amount of weapons he could have at his disposal. And right now, I just there's not a lot there.
No, there's not a lot of there. You could be in a situation where you're right back to where you were last year, where it's Zay Flowers and a bunch of guys. Like that's the position. You better be right on your rookies. And if it goes sideways with Bateman again, man,
and that's kind of where you're kind of running it back with what you did last year, right? Like it was
and rookies.
Yeah, it was Tylan Wallace. But similar situation.
Sure.
Tylan Wallace, DeAndre Hopkins was the vet, and he probably didn't get enough run. Zay Bateman, doing this. This group is even more risky than that group because at this point last year, Ken, we were feeling very good about Rashad Bateman. The arrow was pointing up for Rashad Bateman. You bring in Hopkins, all right, as a number 3. He knows his role. And the rest of the room, like Tylan Wallace is what he was. He'd have a couple
special teams guy.
Yeah, make some catches here and there.
By the way, a year ago, to your point, Bone, we just said DeAndre Hopkins be better than Nelson Aguilar.
Yeah.
That's a low bar.
Yeah.
Because Bateman is a dude now. Well, then Bateman got back to what he was the prior 2 years. And I've got huge question marks as to what he's going to be this season because he's only had one good season.
I just think it's a much more risky proposition going in with this group than the one they went in with last year. I don't even think it's close.
I agree. Because, again, last year at this time, you saw what they were coming off of. And it looked like Bateman was a legit guy, and Hopkins was the Aguilar replacement, and the other guys were the other guys. Yeah, Devontae Walker just catch a bomb every now and then.
And, Ken, you combine it with the fact, let's just look at it as pass catchers. Andrews coming off a season in which he led tight ends and touchdowns. Isaiah Likely, oh my gosh, the potential him entering his contract here, and Charlie Kolar. So you felt a hell of a lot better about your tight end room.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, a lot of work for Eric DeCosta to do before we get to training camp. We have a massive Tuesday show, which has changed. Originally, we were going to be live at Pickles and done at 5:30 because the Orioles were playing at 6:30. Well, because of the threat of inclement weather coming later in the day, they are playing right now. They lead 3-0. Kyle Bradish, I think, is a no-hitter through 4 innings. So it looks like Kyle Bradish is back, coming off a great start his last outing. But we'll keep you updated on that. Be a lot of Ravens today. But guest-wise, Tim Murray, get our best bets from our buddy from VSiN at 3:30. Jimmy Patsos, who, full disclosure, was kind enough to come down to Pickles, but now back in studio. He'll be joining us here at 4 o'clock for not one but 2 segments. And the Hall of Famer, Tim Kirchin from ESPN. We'll ask him what the heck's wrong with the Orioles at 5.
And Ryan
Ripken, sorry,
at 5:30.
Yeah,
don't want to shortchange him.
No, my bad. Because I was back in, we're done at 5:30 mode, so I didn't look. Yeah, so Ryan Ripken joins at 5:30. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with this.
Yeah, we got a lot of Ravens talk in the first half of the show, but a ton of baseball in the second half when this Orioles game is done. But we keep up to date on the game as it's going. And also at 3, Joe, I don't even remember how we got into it on Monday.
We did because it got into Springsteen. You were asking me about Spring. I don't know how we started talking about Springsteen, but then I said, well, Joe goes to Fish. And you said, I don't think he's seen pitch as much as I. And I said, no, they do these like week-long shows, so I think he's seen more. And then we texted him.
Seen way more.
Yeah, so.
Sleepaway camp.
Yeah.
Sleepaway camp. So we're going to get into that at 3. What's the most you've seen a band or artist in your lifetime?
Coming up next, though, Ravens special teams. Is it really that special? We'll give you our thoughts next here on The Fan.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-213-5757. That's 800-213-5757.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haney. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Gold Standard. That's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
The final play of the regular season for the final spot in the playoffs. Tyler Luke from 44. Snap good. Holden. The kick is no good. It is wide right. And the Steelers are the champions of the North.
We talked about having a 1-minute rule. Obviously, this one will be a little bit longer than a minute.
because it is the last play of the season, and it's gonna be one of those things that next time I get back out on the field to kick a ball, it's time to move on.
So you heard the call, courtesy NBC Mike Tirico, with Tyler Loop missing the field goal that would have sent the Ravens to the playoffs, and then you hear Tyler Loop and said it's gonna take a little longer than a minute to get over that one. And I didn't think Tyler Loop was bad a year ago, though I thought it was ominous that he didn't have an opportunity at any point during preseason or any game during the season to kick a game-winning kick and until that Week 18 game. And, of course, he shanked it. And it leads us in to special teams. So the Ravens, Jordan Stout signs with the Giants. They're going with a rookie kicker, punter. Tyler Loop coming off a not-so-great end of the season. LeJohntay Wester, frankly, was not good returning punts. Kickoff returns are kind of non-existent in the NFL now. So what do we think of the special teams as they stand right now?
I think it's definitely a question mark. And starting with Tyler Loop, you're right. That was always the big question when you go with a rookie kicker. What does it look like? Game on the line in Pittsburgh. That was, you couldn't put higher stakes on that kick. It was either make it and win the division or miss it and you're out of the playoffs. And of course he ended up missing it. And that's a kick that he has to make. Under 50 yards, he has to make that kick every single time. I get it. Pittsburgh is a tough place to kick, but with how good kickers are nowadays, you got to make it. And it was so odd, Ken. Like, he was billed as a guy that has a big leg, but he only made the one kick from 50 yards, and that was week 1 in Buffalo. And that was after making a 61-yarder in the preseason, but it seemed like it came up short a lot. We know that kickoffs were a serious issue for Tyler Loop last year.
Oh, yeah.
He had 8 kickoff violations. The next closest team was the Lions with 5, so he's just in his own category there. Do I think that you got to give up on this kid after investing all of this time drafting him and identifying him? No, I'm not saying that. And quite frankly, I don't think that there's going to be a legitimate competition.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do they bring in a veteran for training camp to push him a little bit?
I think they'll bring in someone, Ken, but I think it'll also be like last year when they had the undrafted kid and he didn't end up even making it to the first preseason game. So I think it's going to be Tyler Loop's job, but boy, if he misses kicks early on in the season, it goes south, that could be a little scary proposition there.
Give the kid his due. Ryan Eckley is the rookie punter out of Michigan State. I do want to get to the Wester of it all, though. He looked good early, and preseason looked good. Then early in the season, he muffs that punt. After that, every time he caught the ball, it looked like an old video game glitch. Like he'd pause before he'd go anywhere, and there really wasn't much to go, nowhere to go. Like it was sort of a non-factor on punt returns ever since he muffed the one punt.
It looked like he got the yips, Ken. Like he was just scared to field punts. And remember, what was it? The first punt in preseason against the Colts, he had that crazy return for a touchdown. He had another long return in that game. In Wester's first 10 games last year, so heading into the Cleveland game, he had 12 punt returns for 173 yards, averaging close to 14.5 yards per return, which is really, really good. In his last 7 games following the fumble against the Browns, he had 4 returns for 25 yards.
It reminded me a little of the year before where guys were just running away from the ball, and they talked about, we got 4 guys, you got no guys. And I do wonder, is he a lock to have that role this year? Because one of the ways to create a roster spot, we talked about earlier, do they need to bring in a veteran receiver? Well, if you think Elijah Surratt can handle the punt return duties, LeJohntay Wester is not a must to be on this roster, and there's your spot for a vet.
I don't think Wester's a lock by any means. Do I think that he's the leader in the clubhouse right now? Absolutely. Like, if he struggles, during the offseason, during preseason, he absolutely will lose that job. Like, he is not going to be given this job. It's not his birthright. But he's definitely the leader in the clubhouse, being the guy last year. But he's got to work past the second half struggles that he had of the season.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he looks like because, to your point, and it's not opinion, it's stats, he looked like he had some juice until the fumble against the Browns, and then his confidence was shot from that point forward.
Yeah, and it's just kind of crazy, Ken, and a little scary if you're a Ravens fan. It's a very young special teams right now where Jordan Stout, he figured it out last year. He was the best punter in football. And you draft Adley, and he's Big Ten punter of the year, led FBS with 48.5 yards per punt. But he's a rookie. And he did hold in college, and Randy Brown really talked up his holding ability because that's the Ravens look for that, as many teams do. They're punters to be holders. But rookie punter, second-year kicker that's coming off the biggest miss of his life, and then a second-year punt returner who, in the second half of the season, it was a non-factor.
And they have a new special teams coordinator. Chris Horton is gone, and Anthony Levine is here. Anthony Levine gets promoted to special teams coordinator. They bring in Ben Kowitka, who's been a long-time special teams coach, to assist him, and Randy Brown is still there to be the kicking expert, a senior special teams coach. But you have a young roster of specialists and a young coordinator.
I think this is definitely a storyline worth monitoring for this football team. And there's plenty of questions throughout the offseason. We outlined them in the first segment, but this is probably one that flies under the radar because it's not the sexy part of the game, the specialist, but these guys got to prove that they're fit for the job.
Coming up next, League at Large, and a friend of the show, Eric Edholm, put out a piece recently, NFL.com, the top 10 most complete rosters in the National Football League. I'll give you a hint. The Ravens are on it. Where are they? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I keep seeing celebrities post me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years.
And with T-Mobile, on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens' offensive line is close to being complete heading into the 2026 season. The only missing piece is a new starting center, although the conversation post-draft has been more about the few names in-house who could possibly be elevated to that role. At the very least, the team hopes they've significantly improved at both guard positions with the arrival of first-round pick Venga Ioane and the return of John Simpson. The veteran recently joined the Lounge podcast and spoke on what led him to come back to Baltimore after a 2-year stint with the Jets.
Their main thing was just bringing that tenacity and just being physical and just trying to be a dominant force. And I was just like, hey, look, I'm going to do everything I can for y'all, man, because like I said, this is home. I think the reason they brought me here is the reason I feel like I belong.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, cloudy with highs in the mid-70s this afternoon, rain expected later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Time for League at Large. Ken and Tim with inside access to the NFL's top stories. 105.7 The Fan.
Eric Odholm is a frequent guest on this program. We had him on a couple of times, once before the draft, once after, to talk about what the Ravens did or were planning to do and then did in said draft. And he just put out a list, because this is what we do this time of year, Bone. We put out lists. And it's the 10 most complete rosters in the National Football League. He's got the Rams 1, which is incredible that I'm still shocked they drafted Ty Simpson in the first round. Not to add something that can immediately help you.
It makes no sense, Ken. Matthew Stafford is a year-to-year proposition at this point. Sean McVay is a year-to-year proposition at this point. We've been talking for years how Sean McVay could retire early, do broadcast for a little bit, and then come back and coach again in the NFL. Stafford, gosh, I mean, heading into last season, remember what did he have? The back injury?
Yeah, and then he wins an MVP.
Yeah, like, go for it, man. Like, you had a premium pick. It wasn't where the Rams were scheduled to pick because it was the Falcons' pick.
So he has the Rams 1, he has the Seahawks 2, the Eagles 3, and then coming in at number 4, Bone, your Baltimore Ravens. He says the Ravens fell off last season. John Harbaugh's gone. Still a deep well of talent in Baltimore for Jesse Minter. Lamar Jackson has endured up and downs in play, but injuries bit him a year ago. He remains the centerpiece of a talented and still dangerous team. So he has them as the number 1 team in the AFC, roster talent-wise.
And you can look at various sports books, and it's the same thing. I'm looking at FanDuel. Ken.
Books love the Ravens.
Ravens are 10-1. Well, but that's the funny thing. Like, you can go back to last year, Ken, where Ravens are favored. Ravens are favored.
Sports books love the Ravens.
They love. Well, I think mainly it's they love Lamar Jackson. And you can understand it because we say it all the time. If Lamar is healthy, if he's upright for 17 games, they're going to be in the mix.
No, history tells you if he's healthy and upright, they're contending for the 1 seed in December. That's not opinion, that's fact. That every year he's been healthy and upright, they go into December competing for the 1 seed in the AFC.
I still... The more and more these lists come out, or the more and more you look at the odds makers and giving the Ravens odds to win the Super Bowl, it reminds me of, okay, I don't feel as good about this roster today compared to May 13th, 2025, but the AFC is just as wide open as it's ever been. Like, that's where you have to take a step back. And look, I guess it sounds like Patrick Mahomes and his recovery is going according to plan. And I don't think that it's coincidence that the NFL scheduled them opening up the season Monday Night Football at Arrowhead without an inkling that Mahomes probably is going to be available to play in that football game. So, but the Chiefs, man, they sucked last year with Mahomes. And Mahomes didn't get hurt until late in the season.
Yeah, I remember we had Jonas on Monday, and he said something similar to what you just said. He said, I felt a hell of a lot better about this roster a year ago at this time than I do right now. They're still, like, we don't know who's playing center. We talked about the questions at wide receiver. We talked about the questions at tight end. Roquan Smith, who is he at this point? And then there's the $50,000 Nnamdi Madubuike situation. Does he actually play? So I got questions. But again, I also have confidence in a healthy Lamar Jackson.
Sure. And we did the exercise, I think, last week, Ken, like where the Ravens better off right now than they were last year. Well, edge rusher, certainly.
Yes. They had none.
Guard, certainly much better there as well. And you know, you could say safety as well.
Yes.
You know, with Jalen Hawkins, exchange him for Alohi Gilman. So there are areas of this football team that are better, but there was such a mass exodus of the free agents where 15 guys left the building.
Yeah.
And this Ravens team, they ended up finishing with a losing record, but everyone was talking about it. Best team in football, deepest roster in football, and a big reason why was those 15 guys.
Be interesting, and I don't know how much time we'll have with Tim Murray, but to get into that, why Vegas still loves the Ravens, and why did they continue to love the Ravens even when you could tell they were going in the wrong direction a year ago, but as you said, they love him again right now.
I still go to Lamar because you just look at the games that he starts, and especially regular season, you know, he wins 70 to 75% of the games that he started, Ken, and he's covering at a very high clip. And geez, how about for a while, and I know that it waned some, you know, last year, a year and a half, his record against the NFC as well. Like, he's just a stud.
Just to give you an idea of the rest of Eric Edholm's list, Buffalo is 5, Detroit 6, Denver 7, San Francisco 8, Houston 9, and the New England Patriots 10.
And it also kind of plays out, going back to the AFC talk, you look at the top 8 teams, only 3 AFC teams made that list for Eric Edholm. 3 of the top 8. The NFC was vastly superior conference last year, and it's kind of shaping up to be so again this year.
I'm curious your reaction, because when I saw this list and I saw he had them as the best team in the AFC, I was like, really? Like, was that your reaction to this?
I think yes and no. It's weird to see the Ravens this high because you don't feel as good about the roster, but then you think about the rest of the other teams in the AFC, and there's questions galore about all of them. So yes and no. And I was looking around as well, looking at power rankings on ESPN and where the Ravens fell there. They were number 10 on ESPN's power rankings, and the AFC teams above them, the Patriots at 6, Bills at 4, and the Broncos at 3. I think everybody's assuming that the Patriots, there's going to be regression there, and their head coach has been in the news as well, and that's been a little distracting.
It keeps reappearing
and reappearing.
Yeah, that's the story that won't go away. Yeah,
and the Bills, you still have the same kind of questions with them. And Broncos, look, their defense was fantastic, but do you believe in Bo Nix? And, of course, he got hurt at the end in that postseason run as well. So are they going to be able to do it again?
I'll take the opposite. If Bo Nix doesn't get hurt, I think the Broncos are playing in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. Without question.
To me, they win that game against the Patriots, who, quite frankly, the Patriots were very fortunate to get to the Super Bowl the way that Drake May was playing.
They almost won that football game without Bo Nix.
Yes.
If Sean Payton didn't go for it on that 4th down, where they were well within field goal range, it was a chip shot field goal. Who knows? That game could have looked a heck of a lot different.
Orioles and Yankees playing daytime baseball. We will update you on that, and also recap an ugly baseball game last night. Orioles playing a day game, of course. The weather coming into town. If you're just tuning in and we're unaware, they've moved the game to 1 o'clock because of weather coming in this evening. So instead of us being at Pickles today, we are live in studio. Tim Murray going to join us at 3:30. Jimmy Patsos in studio for 2 segments at 4 o'clock. Tim Kirchin at 5 and Ryan Ripken at 5:30. But coming up next, Orioles. We update you on what's going on now and recap last night next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. On Sunday, the Knicks swept away the 76ers from the playoffs. On Tuesday, the Sixers fired Daryl Morey. The future of the team is locked in. Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey are all under contract for the next couple of seasons. After the series lost to the Knicks, we knew changes were coming to Philly. The challenge now for whoever takes over this team is to fix the roster and get past the second round of the playoffs. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Today, cloudy, high of 73. Tonight, cloudy with rain and a low around 58. Tomorrow, high near 60.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
And a fly ball here to deep right field. Jones leaps and that ball hits his glove and then hits the top of the wall. It is ruled a home run by the first base umpire, Chris Guccione. Spencer Jones may have turned into too tall Jones there as he knocked that ball over the wall for a most unusual home run.
That leads to questions. Do you know who Too Tall Jones is, Bone?
I do not.
He played defensive end for the Cowboys, retired early to box. Was a really good player on their 70s and 80s teams. I'm shocked that Kevin Brown knows who had Too Tall Jones because he's around your age.
He knows everything.
But
man.
Kevin Brown's great. But that's him on the call. Adley Rutman's 2-run home run gives the Orioles a 5-0 lead this game in the top of the 6th inning. Kyle Bradish has only given up 1 hit in this game. It was a Jazz Chisholm double. But Orioles get a run on the second on a Kobe Mayo RBI double. 2 runs on the third. Adley sac fly. Pete Alonso single. Got caught trying to go to second. Got thrown out, but Ward scored. And then Adley's 2-run homer. Blaze Alexander, who had a base hit earlier, stole second, scores on the home run. I do want to say, though, and we talk a lot about low IQ baseball, and we'll get to last night in a minute, but one thing that bothered me at least, and we're sitting here in studio, and so we can't hear anything, but we're looking up. Before Adley hits the home run, Gunnar hits an opposite fly, deep fly ball to in left field. It's been moved in a little, but it's still deep. And the left fielder, in this case is Bellinger, had to drift back to catch the ball. I'm shocked that Blaze, who was fast, did not tag to go to third base on that. He ends up scoring anyway. It doesn't matter. But what if there was a wild pitch and Adley doesn't hit a home run, and then you're stranded at third instead of scoring on said wild pitch? That to me, it's again another. It's one of these things that I guess I'm seeing on a nightly basis that bothers me about the Orioles. But good news today, they're winning 5-0.
Yeah, and they took the lead against the Yankees first. It was the first time the Orioles have scored first in the 7 games that they've played against the Yankees.
They were due, Bob.
But for me, the story of this game thus far, and Kyle Bradish is 1 strike away from going 6 shutout innings against the Yankees. Bradish looks like Bradish, and the curveball has been a hammer for him. He's gotten 8 swings and misses. The 4-seam fastball he really leaned into early on in this ball game. Ken, he was no-hitting them through, 4 innings?
Yes, until the Chisholm double,
He's been really, really impressive today. Has a couple of walks, but Kyle Bradish is definitely trending up. And you can go back to his last start against the A's where his defense did him no favors in that ball game, but he was able to follow that up with an even better outing so far against the Yankees.
So the Orioles look like they're trending in the right direction, and we'll keep you updated, but they're trending to win this series against the Yankees, taking 2 of 3, leading 5-0 in the top of the 6th inning. Let's go back to last night. And I asked you last night, before we got off air, can Trevor Rogers give the Orioles the bare minimum quality start, which is 6 innings, 3 earned runs? He decisively said no, Bum, as he gave them 4 innings, 6 earned runs, giving up 6 hits and 3 walks in the process.
Unfortunately, it was just more of the same from his prior 3 outings before hitting the IL. And the Trent Grisham at-bat really encapsulates the struggles that Trevor Rogers has had. He had him 2 strikes, 2 outs, and if you're able to get out of that inning, it's 3-0. And it's not great through the first 3 innings, but it's manageable. And then Grisham, who's a lefty, by the way, left on left, ended up hitting that 3-run homer, and boom, it's 6-0, and the game's really out of hand at that point. But gosh, you can go to the first pitch. Goldschmidt just ambushing him. Hey, welcome back, Trevor Rogers. He hit it 402 feet out. I'm very concerned about Trevor Rogers. I'm concerned about the starting rotation as a whole, and we'll get into that later on in the show. But Rogers, the thing that was interesting, Ken, the velocity was up.
Then it started going down.
Yeah, he seemed juiced to be back. And you're right, you saw it really decline as his start went on. But now this is 4 straight poor outings for Trevor Rogers.
And it feels like it just keeps getting worse. The other thing that drove me crazy, and granted, they've scored 5 runs today, but I was under the impression that this was going to be one of the best offenses in baseball. And in the bottom of the 3rd inning, the Yankees were begging the Orioles to score runs. Back-to-back double play balls, they booted. The shortstop got the ball stuck in his hand. He throws it over the second baseman's head on the first one. And then McMahon, on the second one, throws it to the second baseman, who's still standing where he was playing for not even close to the bag. So it was back-to-back plays where it should have been double plays. Instead, you have the bases loaded, nobody out. And was it Ward and Adley? And Ward hits a shallow fly ball to right, so it doesn't score anything. And then Adley hits a double play. Like, you have to take advantage of these opportunities. And we saw it over the weekend against the A's, where they had multiple chances with the bases loaded, and they don't score.
I was right about to say, that's the second time we've seen that. Bases loaded, nobody out, and not scoring.
Both times middle of the lineup.
Exactly. The other instance, it happened Saturday, and that was 3-4-5. I think it was Adley, Pete, Sam, and last night it was Ward, and then Adley hit into a double play. It can't happen. And I think last night marked, 9 of their last 12 games. They've been held to 3 runs or less. Obviously, they've surpassed that with multiple innings to go in this one. This offense has to get going. And, just looking at the numbers prior to today's game, 26th in batting average. Their on-base percentage is 21st. What would it be without Taylor Ward? Like the slug. We were talking about that yesterday. It's one thing to strike out at an alarming rate like they have, but it's another thing when you're not slugging, when you're not doing damage with the balls that you are making contact with. It's just the sign of a bad offense, and they just haven't been able to put it together.
It's frankly, Bone, it's a tough watch to watch these guys not have quality at bats, struggle to, and here's the crazy thing, and I guess it's offense. They're 11th in baseball in runs scored, which is almost top third, bottom of the top third, but where is the consistency? Where is the run production on a consistent basis? Why is it this lineup that was supposed to be so good, 5 out of every 7 games has trouble getting 3 runs?
Well, you mentioned the word consistency. You get that massive win in which you stole from the Yankees Monday night, and you follow up with you're down 6-0 a couple innings into last night's game. It hasn't been able to carry over at all from game to game.
Coming up next, and we'll keep you updated on this game. We're going to the bottom of the 6th now. Actually, the Orioles are batting in the bottom of 6, still 5-0 Orioles as things change. We will let you know, so keep it locked in. Coming up next, a fun segment. And we organically started talking about going to see bands the other day. Well, we have a guest producer, super angry magician Joe LaCroix is sitting in with us because Ben is on in mornings. They've switched so that Joe can get a good night's sleep every once in a while. Ben wants to go cover the Orioles. So we've made things work for both parties. But Joe is also, he puts me to shame, my Springsteen shame, with his seeing fish. So we're going to talk about bands or artists you've seen the most. I'm curious to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Who is the band or artist you've seen the most, and how many times have you seen them? 410-583-1057. We'll talk to you next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
1057 The Fan.
That's the moment that everything changes, and your life is turned upside down. Dubo Law is here for what comes next. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and if you've been hurt in an accident, we're here to help. Just call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for your free consultation, and let us fight for you.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff. Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties, because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles lead the Yankees 5-0 in the 6th inning. Adley Rutman hit a 2-run homer to extend the lead in the 5th. Kyle Bradish has shut out New York and held them to 1 hit through 6 innings. Prior to today's game, Dylan Beavers became the 13th different Oriole to be placed on the IL this season. Beavers is sidelined with a right oblique strain, and Maverick Hanley was recalled as the corresponding move. The Pistons look to defend home court tonight in Game 5 of their second-round series versus the Cavs. Cleveland won Games 3 and 4 at home to tie the series at 2. Tip-off is set for 8. The NFL announced its entire international game schedule, which will include a record 9 matchups across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. The Ravens will play the Cowboys in Brazil in Week 3. The entire regular season schedule will be released tomorrow night at 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 66. This fan flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Joe just informed me this is a Fish song, which is funny because the first thing I was going to say is I feel like I'm pretty aware of music, but I could not tell you a single Fish song.
I couldn't either. I don't even know what they sound like. I don't even know if I'm sure I guess I've heard some Fish songs just through you, Joe, but I have no idea.
I don't think I've ever played one for you specifically.
Is that
But do you play it on the morning show at all?
It's Trey.
Yeah.
Do you play it on the morning show at all?
Every now and then, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not I was actually watching an interview with Trey Anastasio. He's the front man, and he's kind of like, we've done a really good job of flying under the radar, but also finding success at the same time. So it's kind of like the people that really love Fish like feel like it's their own little thing, but there's 20,000 people around.
It's a hell of a needle to thread.
Yeah. Like the only I got to be honest, the only way I was aware of Fish was the ice cream. Like
they do have the ice cream.
Yeah,
Fish
Ben &
food
Jerry's
is
Fish food.
That's
And
like
it's really good.
top 3 seller of all time, I think.
That was my complete awareness of Fish with a PH for years.
I'm a half-baked guy. Half-baked.
I'll be honest, I don't like fish food, so that's a me problem.
All right, so how we got into this?
Yeah.
Like, we were talking about Ken going to see Springsteen because it'll be number 50, your next one, and then 51 right after.
So 50 was supposed to be Philly, but then Philly got moved because of the playoffs in Philadelphia. So 50 will be DC on the 27th of May.
And then, I don't know, I guess we brought up Joe, and you said, oh, you might have seen Fish more than you've seen Springsteen.
Yes.
And I was like, I doubt it. Like, Joe's definitely double digits, but it can't be more than 50.
But they do. Am I off on this, Joe?
Not at all.
They do like a week of shows, and you lunatics will go see all of them, right?
Well, yeah, I think the most I've seen, like I've done 4 in a row before. Or they'll have, like they have festivals.
Yeah.
Like that one in Delaware, not last summer, the summer before that. And that was a show on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but then they played 3 sets in one day. So it ended up being like 5 in a weekend.
So you going to see 4, how different is each show?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, they're a
100%
jam band, right? So like,
yeah. Like for instance, they just played at the Sphere. There was 9 shows over 3 weekends, and they didn't repeat a single song.
That is nuts.
And then
how long is the concert? Like they play for a while?
Yeah, no, they'll play 2 sets and then an encore. So each set's probably about 90 minutes each, and then they'll play like a 15, 20-minute encore. But
by the way, 410-583-1057, what band have you seen the most? How many times have you seen them? So you're up to like 97, right?
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. I'll be honest, I've kind of lost count. I used to have, there's fish.net, fishnet, that you can keep track of your stats on there, but I've forgotten about it a lot.
So what is kept track is the 96, 97, but you think it's higher?
No, it's definitely around there. The last time I checked, I think it was 95, and then I just went to the Sphere, so that was 96, 97. Then I thought about going to see them at Madison Square Garden for New Year's Eve.
Haven't you done that before?
I did it for like 8 years in a row. And that would have been 97 or 98, 99, and 100. But it's as you've heard, it's tough going to concerts now. It's expensive.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's go back to number 1. You got to remember your first.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So what is the first Fish concert?
November 24th, 2009, at the Wachovia Center in Philly.
Oh, very nice.
Yes. I was in high school.
Who did you go with?
It was me and my 2 friends from high school. So I was a senior in high school then.
You became a man at that concert, I'm sure.
I don't know, man. It was crazy. It was definitely one of the more eye-opening experiences I've ever had in my life. I was like, what is a ganja goo ball?
I still don't know.
It was a very different time. It felt a little more innocent then. Now it's a lot more.
You're in it. I mean,
commercialized kind of thing. Yeah, but I mean, like now they're a lot more popular than they were then to a degree, and they're also older. They're all in their 60s now, so it's like. The vibe has changed. The fan base is older.
So what put you on to them?
The 2 guys I went to, so Dave Matthews Band, I love them a lot too.
I was going to, are you a Goose fan or a Geese
Goose.
fan?
I love Goose also.
Do you love Goose and Geese? Or?
So I like Goose, not into Geese.
Okay.
I have friends that are really into Geese, but Geese is more like indie.
I didn't realize that
there's a different thing. I couldn't tell you a single song by either, but I know there's both.
Geese was on SNL.
Yeah,
right?
they were.
That's the only reason I know who they are.
They're blowing up, but they're more like a like a indie Brooklyn kind of vibe. Like Timothy Chalamet seems like someone that would like Geese. But you know, it's getting to the point now where like I'm slowing down a little bit. I might only go to 2 or 3 in a year, where before, like, there were times I went to like 9 or 12 shows a year.
410-583-1057. We'll let Joe answer the phone real quick. Who's the artist you've seen the most, Bob?
Nothing.
Have you seen anybody more than once?
I have. So I was thinking this morning, I think the art, and this is by no means my favorite artist, it just kind of happenstance. I think the artist I've seen the most is Post Malone. 3 times. I saw him at Preakness. I saw him at Jiffy Lube Live. And then I saw him at the Commanders Stadium last year. And I got tickets through work, I think, for 2 of those. So that was kind of the happenstance. Outside of those, have I seen anyone else twice?
So as a kid, my father took my brother and I to see Barry Manilow numerous times. Like at Merriweather, we'd see him.
That's your number 2 artist?
No. Well, it might. And I saw Air Supply. My father loved big voices.
Okay.
So we saw Air Supply a number of times. We saw Manilow a number of times. I've seen Billy Joel probably 5 or 6 times.
Okay.
I've seen U2 about 4.
So was your dad really into Springsteen?
No, not at all.
Okay, so what got you?
So Camp Skylamar, quite honestly. My first summer at Skylamar, Neil Zuckerman was my JC, and actually my second summer he was my JC. Because he was his captain first summer.
Is JC a junior counselor?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at me, I'm hip.
I'm trying to remember. It was either in the summer of 82 or 83, but I know Neil was a huge Springsteen fan, and we listened to a lot of Springsteen that summer. But I think I discovered him in the summer of 82.
Okay.
And I just was hooked. Now, I will tell you, my father would never like Springsteen because he doesn't think... So my father liked big voices. He liked Celine Dion. He likes Adele. Like current people that you know.
Yeah.
If you can't sing like that, in his mind, you can't sing. So Springsteen doesn't... I took him to see Springsteen the first time he came back to ball. He appreciated the showmanship.
Sure.
But he doesn't get it.
So what was your first Springsteen then? You have to remember your first one.
I'm pretty sure it was the Cap Center... And it was when he had broken up with the band. So it was like the Lucky Town, I think it was the Lucky Town tour. So it was like, because I got off to a late start. I was going away to school. I was going to camp. Like, I didn't go to see Springsteen as a kid. The first time I saw Springsteen was probably in my 20s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and then it just kept going and going and going. And now when he's toured the last few tours, I'd made sure to see him multiple times to the point where Margie says ahead of time, I'm not going more than once.
Yeah, Joe, because it got changed, he's seeing Springsteen twice in 4 days?
Yeah, the 27th and 30th.
It's a great feeling, right? You're like, this one didn't really do it for me. That's all right. We're going to try it again tomorrow.
I'll tell you something else about Springsteen, and I'm a cynic, and I respect everyone's view on religion, but like I stay Jewish for the jokes. The closest I get to a religious experience is a Springsteen show. Like, it gets me in my feels.
Now, let me ask you this. Like, is that show that you're going to see, the first one's Philly now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is that going to be the same show
No, the first
as
one's DC. No, the first show's DC now.
DC. Okay. Are they going to be the same show,
so
or
I've been
does
looking
he
at
mix
this,
it up?
So he usually does.
Okay.
Now, this has kind of been an impromptu short tour, and looking at the set list, the shows have been more similar than a usual Bruce show.
Okay.
But usually Springsteen and his catalog is so vast.
Well, he plays for forever, doesn't he?
He plays for 3 hours, and these shows have gone for almost 3 hours. But he has stuck to sort of a script. There's only been like a couple debuts every night, whereas night to night, except for the encore, the show could be different.
And he's in his 70s, right?
76, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
410-583-1057. Let's grab a couple calls real quick. Sure. Rick is in Highlandtown. Rick, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir.
Okay, I saw Skinner about 60 times.
Wow.
And Alice Cooper about 50 times.
Now, Skinner, was that like the original guys or like...
Yes. I was like in sixth grade when I saw Skinner at the Civic Center and Leslie West open up.
Oh, wow. Mountain, right? Leslie West Mountain?
Yes. I don't remember too much because I was too young.
No, that's awesome, Rick. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Derek. Derek, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, so I've seen a band called. It's pretty similar as Goose, but I've seen the Disco Biscuits 52 times.
They're a real band.
The Disco Biscuits are a real band. Yes.
Wow. It's like the Butthole Surfers.
Yeah, well, that's or the Dead Kennedys, but that's punk. Like the disco. I'm going to Google the Disco Biscuits. Now, how did you get
before my time, Ken? You know, you're starting to date yourself,
Yeah.
but yeah.
How did you get into the Disco Biscuits?
Well, I guess I cut my teeth very similar at a music festival back in high school, senior year. Now, I will say my numbers are a little inflated because when the Disco Biscuits play a festival, they usually play all 3 or 4 days, and they have.
It's like Joe. Joe counts them. You can count them.
That counts. Joe's up to 97.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen him then?
52.
Wow.
50,
the Biscuits.
that's really impressive.
That's impressive. Congratulations.
Yeah, and to expand on that a little bit, the Disco Biscuits are adjacent to Fish.
You know the Biscuits.
No, I know them very well. I think I've seen them once, but I don't really remember it too well. But they their brand of music is called Jamtronica.
Okay.
So it's like electronic music and jam music mixed together. So they'll play songs that are like 30 or 40 minutes long, but it's a lot of over shredding guitar. So which
Fish shreds.
No, Disco Biscuits will shred.
Oh, I got you.
I would say Fish is more of like a mixture of like jazz and rock and things. Like it's not very electronic kind of based.
Now, do you have a number 2 band or artist that you've seen that was
it would probably be
numbers?
Dave Matthews Band. I think they're at I'm almost at 50 with that.
I seen Dave Matthews Band once.
Yeah,
and it
you
was
hated
a
it,
horrible
right?
experience.
Yeah, I mean,
experience.
I saw them in high school also, and that was like when I was in high school and early college, it was all Dave Matthews, and then I guess I grew up and I left it behind.
I was the idiot who thought Hootie and the Blowfish was a good band and that did much better than Dave Matthews because they sort of came up at the same time. Hootie
They
and
did, yeah.
I saw Hootie a couple times and then they kind of faded, but Dave Matthews just kept going. So, alas, I gave you an alas there, Bone. Coming up next, Ravens, they have OTAs next week at the Castle as their offseason workouts continue. With that in mind, a perfect time for a six-pack. 6 biggest questions remaining for the Ravens. We'll answer next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Time for the Inside Access Six-Pack.
Six-Pack time. Six-Pack is brought to you by the Good Feet Store. Come and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. With the Ravens about to start another OTA this week, actually their first OTA. Oh no, they had that one that Lamar showed up for.
Well, that was a mini camp. Weird but it was terminology.
Yes, but it wasn't mandatory, and he still was there.
Yeah.
So anyway, well, what are their 6 biggest questions for this team as they head into this OTA? And Joe, let's get started.
Number 6.
6 for me is something that we talked about earlier. It's special teams. I know who the guys are. At least I think I know. But am I confident in Ryan Eckley as the punter? Am I confident in Tyler Loop as the kicker? Am I confident in LaJohntay Wester as the returner? I feel like I don't feel great about any of them.
My 6 is, will Zay Flowers end up signing a contract extension prior to the season kicking off? And they picked up his 5th-year option. That was very obvious. Set to make $27 million, and that's in 2027. But we say it all the time on the show. The price of the brick only goes up. And Zay Flowers is an ascending player, and he's gotten better each year that he's been in the NFL, and he's earned that payday.
By the way, congratulations to Zay Flowers. He's graduating from Boston College on Monday.
Oh, shout out.
Number 5.
What the heck does a Declan Doyle offense look like? We have no idea what it's going to look like. And really, this is a question that's not going to get answered until into the regular season, because it's not like he's going to show his hand in the preseason and during training camp all the time. But when they're down, what does it look like? 2-minute drill. How much are we going to see 2-3 tight end sets? Eric DeCosta already said that expect to see more 3 wide receiver sets. What does a Declan Doyle offense look like?
My 5, and I put it at 5 because I don't think it's happening, does Lamar Jackson get an extension between now and the start of the season? I think this is all, to me, it's gonna happen next offseason, but can they get a deal done with Lamar Jackson?
Number 4.
4 is edge. I feel like they need to add an edge. I feel like you can't have enough pass rush. You can't have too much pass rush. We've watched the last 2 teams win the Super Bowl with guys coming at you from all angles, and I know Eric DeCosta's done a really good job adding Zion Young in the draft, signing Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, Mike Green, we expect to jump in year 2, but he tried to bring in Max Crosby with Hendrickson. It didn't work out. I still think they need to add another dude to that group.
Yeah, I did a catch-all for that. Who else is added to this roster? Are they going to bring in an edge rusher? Are they going to bring in a veteran wide receiver? Heck, even a left tackle contingency plan wouldn't be a bad move by Eric DeCosta. Inside linebacker. It sounds like Teddy Buchanan's progressing well, but if he's not going to be 100% to hit the ground running, maybe you bring in an insurance policy at inside linebacker.
6-pack of our Ravens' biggest questions as they head into OTAs next week. And Joe, let's continue.
Number 3.
Number 3 is your 5, I think. Lamar Jackson. Is he going to get a contract extension? And maybe this should be higher because, look, we're very focused on 2026, rightfully so, but the Ravens' cap situation is shaping up to be one of the worst in years and years and years in 2027. And right now, over the cap has them projected to be $57 million over the cap in 2027. Obviously, a big reason for that is Lamar Jackson and his $87 million cap hit. I think being proactive, getting this done now instead of waiting till next year will alleviate a massive headache because Lamar, remember, it would be a legit contract year that he would be entering next year. You don't have the franchise tag. You couldn't even trade him even if you wanted to because he's got the no trade clause. I just think next year's offseason could be really, really dicey if they don't get it done.
My 3 is Nnamdi Madubuike. Like, when are we going to get some sort of answer? And I guess it'll come during training camp, but like we've seen the videos, we've heard other people sort of talk about him. The Ravens don't comment much. But is Nnamdi Madubuike playing football? That to me is a big question.
Number 2.
2 is another thing we talked about earlier in the show. This group of pass catchers could really blow up in their face. If you're coming into the season and the only known commodities is Zay Flowers, and Zay had a great year. He was second in the AFC in receiving yards. And then what looks to be an aging Mark Andrews. And the other guys you're counting on at both positions are, well, you have Rashad Bateman, who's been good 1 year, and rookies at both tight end and wide receiver. I think you're playing a dangerous game if that's how you're going to run it out. So a wide receiver is my 2, or receiver.
Yeah, my 2's Nnamdi Madubuike. What happens there? We've still yet to hear from him. And even if, and we expect that he is going to try to come back, what does it look like? How does he hold up? Necks are so tricky. There's such a scary situation. And ultimately, you just want Nnamdi Madubuike to not have any health issues moving forward. But if he does play football, what does it look like?
Number 1.
I'm guessing we're on the same page here, Ken. What the hell happens at center?
Yeah.
There hasn't been a glaring hole this big for a position in a long time for the Ravens, and we both do not believe that the starting center is on the roster right now. Who's it going to be? How are they going to acquire him?
I'll take it a step further. Eric, in interviews, has basically said the starting center isn't on the roster right now. So I'm going to believe him when he says that. The center's coming from elsewhere. I'm curious to see who that guy is. Coming up next, what would a Wednesday? It's a Wednesday, isn't it?
It is a Wednesday.
I looked down, it says Tuesday on my sheet, but it is a Wednesday. What would a Wednesday be without our buddy Tim Murray from VSiN? He joins us next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel. Tomorrow, 10 till 2. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Bel Air! Big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
No way, gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
As you watch the most accomplished players in golf chase green jackets in Augusta this week, make sure you're getting your own swing in shape with Baltimore County Golf. Getting fitted for the right clubs is one of the easiest ways to improve your game, and the PGA professionals at Baltimore County Golf are ready to give you more when you purchase your new clubs from them. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Diamond Ridge, Greystone, Fox Hollow, Rocky Point, and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of their PGA professionals. And with a lot of hard work and a little luck, maybe you'll be getting fit for your own green blazer one day. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. That's BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles lead the Yankees 7-0 in the 8th inning. Blaze Alexander delivered a 2-run single in the 6th for the Birds' latest score. Kyle Bradish shut out New York and held them to 1 hit through 6 innings. Prior to today's game, Dylan Beavers became the 13th different Oriole to be placed on the IL this season. Beavers is sidelined with a right oblique strain, and Maverick Hanley was recalled as the corresponding move. The Pistons look to defend home court tonight in Game 5 of their second-round series versus the Cavs. Cleveland won Games 3 and 4 at home to tie the series at 2. Tip-off is set for 8. The NFL announced its entire international game schedule, which will include a record 9 matchups across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. The Ravens will play the Cowboys in Brazil in Week 3. The entire regular season schedule will be released tomorrow night at 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 66. This fan flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Ready to build a real career, not just a paycheck? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join our team at ariosamechanical.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
So Wednesday, time to get some best bets with our buddy Tim Murray from VSiN. And Tim, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. I know you dabble in the NFL draft, so with the lottery happening over the weekend, will there be any dabbling in the NBA draft? And of course, another opportunity. Congrats to the Wizards for winning something.
Yeah. Great job, Wizards.
Yes.
Well done. Worked hard to get that one.
Yeah, they did.
They did. Hey, needed the ping pong balls to fall your way or whatever. However, we're figuring it out. You know, I will say it's interesting to go back, and I got to give kudos to my partner on VSiN Primetime, who was very adamant about this, and it looks like he's going to cash a ticket. You guys know that AJ DeBanza, I believe he made the bet on February 9th, was plus 550
to be the first
round pick.
Oh, wow.
Number plus 550. At that point, Darren Peterson was minus 400. Now, if you made that bet, he made that bet, I did not, unfortunately. Now you could get off and you could just take Darren Peterson plus 310 and wipe your hands clean. I think what's going to be interesting, guys, is, and we don't have any markets up yet, I think like the number 3 overall pick market is going to be wildly fascinating. I guess there's a chance. I mean, I know Cameron Boozer, I believe Carlos Boozer is still part of the front office in some form or fashion with Utah, played in Utah. Could they go that route? I think the upside for Darren Peterson right now seems a little bit too hard to pass up if you're the Utah Jazz, but we'll see. But I think a guy like Caleb Wilson is certainly going to make a lot of run for the number 3 pick that is currently occupied by Memphis. And I wonder if people, this is just my hunch right now. We're still 6 weeks away from the draft, but my hunch would be that maybe people talk themselves out of Cameron Boozer a little bit because of maybe the upside not being as high as a Caleb Wilson, who is really athletic, and Cameron Boozer just seems like a rock steady guy. So I'm fascinated to see how this plays out. A lot of depth in this draft, but yeah, plus 550 3 months ago for AJ DeBanza to go 1, and he's now minus 350. And yeah, I mean, the Wizards haven't said anything. They're going to do their homework as they should. And it seems like most people think it's going to be DeBanza, but I think Peterson's probably going to make a push here at some point. So I'd be curious as we continue to do these hits over the next couple of weeks if we see any movement right now. But I don't think Peterson at plus 310, which is what FanDuel has, is anything that I would necessarily get involved with right now.
Well, Tim, let's get to the postseason. Got a game tonight. Pistons hosting the Cavs, and hosting is a key word there because the Cavs have yet to win a road game this postseason. Pistons are favored by 4.5. Are you leaning into Detroit?
Well, let's go a little bit further back. My colleague over at VSiN, Kelly Bidlin, pointed this out on Twitter. How many times have the Cavs won and covered on the road since the All-Star break? 3 times.
Wow.
3 times. March 13th against Dallas, they were a 13-point favorite, won by 23. March 21st against the Pelicans. They were a 4.5-point favorite, won by 5. And then April 6th against the tanking Grizzlies, 13.5-point favorite, won by 16. Man, it's perplexing to see the struggles for this Cleveland team on the road. And I think it was last week, Ken, you asked me and you said, you're a contrarian. Are you going to take the Sixers?
Yeah.
And I did.
Yes.
And they covered.
Yes.
And then they forgot that games 3 and 4 existed when I bet them again.
They peaked early.
Yeah, they peaked early with a 6-point loss. By the way, the only game they covered all series was the game they didn't have Embiid.
Yeah. Don't get me started. Yeah.
Interesting how that works. I think I could only go Detroit here. I don't like laying points, but it's hard for me with what we've seen from Cleveland. So I think I would only go Detroit in this spot. Looking ahead to tomorrow, I'm not a big player prop guy, but looking ahead to tomorrow, coming off of the just dismantling at the hands of the San Antonio Spurs, Minnesota's a 4.5-point underdog. I think I would lean towards taking the Timberwolves, but I hate using the terminology lean because that just means, hey, I'm not going to bet it, but I kind of think this way. I think Anthony Edwards player prop tomorrow night is the way I would go. Over-under's 26.5 right now at DraftKings, and Anthony Edwards at home in this series has been unbelievable. I mean, the 2 games they played at home, the game they come back and win, he goes for 38 in the game that at Wemby got, or 36 that Wemby got ejected from. The game they lost in game 3 still went for 32. Doesn't it feel like, guys, it's a desperation game, do or die? I feel like Anthony Edwards is a guy that I'm going to anticipate trying to get his and trying to will his team to victory. So coming off of a 20-point performance, you lose by 30 whatever against the Spurs. I think instead of taking the points, I actually would rather ride with Anthony Edwards over 26.5 tomorrow night. I think he's gonna have a hell of a game. I just don't know if it's going to be enough against Wemby and the Spurs. Talking
with Tim Murray, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Tim, I want to look ahead a little bit. And the Knicks are resting and waiting, and you wonder with the rest versus rust. But this time off will likely get them OG Anunoby back, so that helps. Huge. But I know the Pistons dominated them during the regular season, but this isn't the same Knicks team has played them in the regular season. Do you give either the Pistons or the Cavs much of a chance against the Knicks?
Yeah. No, I definitely do. Okay. I do wonder too. And look, I get it. First and foremost, let's give tons of credit to the Knicks. I mean, they've played really well since dropping 2 straight games to the Hawks. They haven't lost a game, right? They've won 7 in a row. They've looked great in almost all of them. They've been shooting at a remarkable level. But if it is Detroit, let's just say it's Detroit. I mean, Detroit's going to have home court. They're going to be probably a slight series underdog. Right now, the Knicks are minus 190 to win the Eastern Conference. That seems a bit elevated in my eyes. And people are so kind of reactionary to what we've seen, and understandably so. But I think for me, if it is the Pistons, I think it's going to be a contrarian 1 seed, which is kind of crazy to think about because they didn't play all that well against the Magic. Really should have been eliminated by the Magic. Here they are. We'll see how this series plays out. Cleveland, I know he's not the best player, but I just have a hard time backing any team that has James Harden on it. So if it's Detroit, I think I'm going to take a series whack on Detroit. So we'll see what that number pops if the Pistons do win this series. But I think I would certainly look at the Pistons. The Knicks are more battle-tested. Obviously, they've been deep into the postseason before with this core group, but they're going to be a series favorite as a team that doesn't have home court. So I'm probably going to look towards the Pistons. So I certainly do give them a shot to win. Do I give either one of them a shot in the West to win the title? No, I do not.
If it's Oklahoma City or San Antonio,
no. I mean, if Minnesota magically, I don't know. I mean, obviously all things are predicated on injuries, but I mean, heck, you even look at Oklahoma City guys, and I think we talked about on the show. Like, I didn't give the Lakers. I mean, the reality was the Lakers. I thought the Lakers actually played well. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, I think they covered every game's first half line. They didn't have the guys and the depth that Oklahoma City throws at you. The fact that their second or third best player, however you want to define Jalen Williams, didn't play in that series, and they still were able to cruise. SGA was awesome in Game 4. I can't wait for Spurs Thunder. That's going to be an epic battle. I think both will be good. I think, we've had some ups and downs in this postseason, some lopsided series. I think once we get to the conference finals, I think that's going to be the peak of the entertainment, because I do worry a bit about the finals maybe being a little bit lopsided.
Tim Murray lets people know what's going on in VSiN.
Yeah, you can check out VSiN Primetime, which is weeknights from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. Got 2 episodes coming out this week. And then on Saturdays, the VSiN Weekend Morning Line starts at 9 a.m. You can watch that on MASN. Also, VSiN is on SiriusXM Channel 158.
Tim, you're the best, man. Thanks as always. We'll chat next week.
All right, boys. See ya.
Jimmy Patso is joining us in studio at 4 o'clock, but coming up next, we'll update you Oriole game. It's heading to the top of the 9th inning. What's going on? We will tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 5 last night, Minnesota at San Antonio. The Spurs took control of the series by winning Game 5. Victor Wembanyama returned to action after being ejected early in Game 4. Wembanyama led the Spurs with 27 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks. Now, the series shifts back to Minneapolis on Friday night for Game 6. Will Anthony Edwards respond? I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The sports card market can feel overwhelming, but Baltimore Sports Cards makes it simple. Whether you're buying, selling, or trading, they're your trusted source. No games, just great deals. Visit BaltimoreSportsCards.com and get started today.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together with the new Diamonds and Gold and Rose Gold scratch-offs. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play both. And please play responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Tonight, cloudy with rain and a low around 58. Tomorrow, high near 60.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Here's Cody Bellinger. First pitch, ground ball to second base. And in game 44, the Orioles have their first shutout of the season. And they have a series win against the New York Yankees. Just over a week after Craig Albertez says we were punched in the face by the Yankees, the Orioles get some jabs in and take 2 of 3 from New York.
Kevin Brown on the call, Masson, Joe LaCroix, angry magician, throwing cold water on all that as he says in our ear as they're doing it. There's still 4 games under 500, but Orioles do take 2 of 3 from the Yankees. They win today 7-0, and as Kevin said during the call, they were the last team in Major League Baseball to throw a shutout. They get a shutout today, headlined by Kyle Bradish, who for the second straight start looked like Kyle Bradish.
I feel like I've said this a bunch this season, but what a weird series.
No.
They're getting no hit through the first 6 innings of this series. They end up stealing that game. Yesterday, it was a blowout early, 6-0 through the first 3 innings. And then today, they just dominated. They dominated the Yankees. They won 7-0. And what they did, Ken, and Kyle Bradish was great, and we'll get into him in a second. They returned the favor, and they were the team that was doing damage with 2 outs.
Tell them, Bum.
The first 5 runs that they scored were all with 2 outs. Kobe Mayo hitting that double down the line. Pete Alonso, he ended up scoring a run Taylor Ward, for the first 5 runs, and then Adley Rutman with the 2-run homer. So 4 of their first 5 runs that they scored were with 2 outs, and that's where the Yankees were doing a ton of damage off Trevor Rogers, including that knockout blow by Trent Grisham hitting that 3-run shot.
They got to Max Fried, 3 runs in the first 3 innings. He left the game with left elbow posterior soreness, is going for imaging tomorrow. That doesn't sound good.
I hope he's fine. I've never heard of that in my life.
I didn't know elbows had a butt.
Had a butt, had a posterior.
Now, you've had posterior stuff, so you are expert. Are you concerned for Max Fried?
I'm an expert on my posterior, not my elbow posterior. I didn't know that existed until the Yankees made that announcement.
Oh, well, I thought we might be able to learn some things from you. But alas, so they win 7-0. Again, the bullpen, they were up big, but Kyle Bradish goes 6, only gives up 1 hit, 3 walks. Aiken, clean inning. Dietrich ends a walk, but otherwise clean. Yennier Cano, a walk, but otherwise clean. And the Orioles get 7-0 win. I do want to mention Kobe Mayo had 2 hits, including an RBI double. He had 3 really nice swings, one of which he hit a ball I thought was going to the gap, but he got off the end of the bat. But 2 hits, 3 good swings today.
Yeah, he had a really nice series. And even yesterday when it was a mess, he worked a walk as well. The 3-run blast Monday in which he wasn't even in the starting lineup. Samuel Basayo ended up getting scratched. So Kobe, definitely a strong series for him. But you mentioned the bullpen. That was a bright spot yesterday. Yeah. The bullpen shut out the Yankees in the final 5 innings of that game.
Yeah, after Trevor Rogers was trash. Not all good news. But did we mention Blaze Alexander had 3 hits and 2 RBIs and a stolen base? He had a nice day today.
Yes, he did.
Gunnar Henderson, 0 for 4. The batting average is now under 200.
It's rough, man. It's rough. And when he was talking to reporters over the weekend, he was mentioning that he felt like he was seeing the ball better. He's having a better approach, but it has not translated to actual results, Ken, for the most part. It wasn't a good series for him, and no one could have envisioned on May 13th that he'd be batting below the Mendoza line.
Yeah, I don't know when this thing gets turned around. If I did, I'd play the lottery. Yeah. But I'm starting to get concerned because it's a sliding scale, Bone. Like when he hits a ball hard, but it's an out, am I supposed to feel good about it? Because that's where I am right now with him.
He's frustrated. Everyone's frustrated with Gunnar Henderson's start to the season because we were all in, man. World Baseball Classic. Yeah. This was going to be the Gunnar Henderson revenge tour.
And it started soon.
Yeah. It did. He had the stretch where he hit, I think, 4 home runs in a 5-game stretch, but I kind of go back to when we had Ben McDonald on, I think last week. And Ben said something really interesting in the fact that maybe one of the worst things that could have happened to Gunnar was hitting all of those home runs early on, because it seems like he's chasing those home runs at this point, but he's got to get it going.
On the flip side, Adley Rutman looks like, he had a rough stretch, I guess, in the Bronx, but homered today, though it was a homer in only 2 parks, here and New York. He thought he missed it. If you watch the video of it, he kind of hangs his head after he hits it, but it gets out of the park. But Adley continuing to swing a bat that we hadn't seen for a year and a half, and now it seems back.
Well, how about him defensively as well?
Yeah.
Ken, throwing out runners in this series.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, he threw out 3 runners in the first 2 games of the series, and then, delivered a decisive blow today to make it 5-0. Adley's back, man. He's gotten off to as good a start as you could have hoped for.
So how are we feeling about this team? Day off tomorrow, then they go and play what used to be the Masson Cup down in D.C., but D.C. no longer, the Nats no longer part of Masson, but I guess Battle of the Beltways is back. Nats not a very good team either, but they score a lot of runs.
Yeah, they do.
Do we feel they're, as Joe said it in our ear, they're still 4 games under 500.
I can't say that I feel significantly better about this team. Look, they won the series against the Yankees. So that in and of itself is a positive, considering that they got absolutely pummeled in the Bronx a week ago. So that part is a positive. Today, the offense was able to break out a bit, but prior to today, the offense had really been scuffling over the past couple of weeks. They're not scoring many runs. It's more of the same, really.
Yeah.
It's the inconsistencies, man.
And here's the other thing, Bone. We've seen them have a game like this before. We saw them on that Friday night a couple weeks ago against Boston. They hit so many home runs, they ran out of fireworks. Then they lost the next 2 games.
Yeah, they gave up 17 runs.
Yeah. Stack, as Harbs would say. It's time to start stacking some of these.
That's what they got to do. And when you dig yourself into an early hole where, they were, 6 games under 500 heading into Sunday, you got to start winning 5 of 7, 6 of 9. You got to go on a bit of a run, but they've just been unable to do so.
Orioles win 7-0. Last team in Major League Baseball to get a shutout. They take 2 or 3 of the Yankees. They're off tomorrow. Start a 3-game set in Washington against the Nationals on Friday. Coming up next, let's talk some basketball. Jimmy Patsos, you know him, you love him. Sunshine in studio. It gets a little overcast outside, but it's going to be sunshine in studio. We'll talk some Wizards, some NBA playoffs with Jimmy next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Don't just watch the biggest soccer moment of the summer, experience it in New Jersey. Win a trip to American Dream, steps from the action, and access the ultimate fan celebration. From beaches to boardwalks, theme parks to wineries, New Jersey has it all. Enter now at odyssey.com/NJ.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Haynie here. Are you seeing the prices at grocery stores lately? It feels like the numbers just keep going up. But listen, I don't sweat it because I use Upside. With the Upside app, I get cash back whenever I shop at giant locations, and you can too. It's easy. Simply download the free Upside app in the App Store or Google Play right now and start earning cash for buying the groceries you're already buying. And if you thought it couldn't get any better, my limited time promo code CHARM15 gets you an extra $10 bonus on your first purchase. You know what's wild? Family of 4 spending $1,200 a month on groceries right now. I saw that number and thought there's got to be a smarter way to do it. Download the free Upside app now. Use my promo code CHARM15 to redeem your $10 bonus at any giant location. Join the real people earning money just for buying groceries. Plus, you can cash out at any time to your bank account or e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. Download the free Upside app now. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
I need a little range. Step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles beat the Yankees 7-0 and took 2 of 3 in the series. Adley Rutman hit a 2-run homer, and Blaze Alexander had 3 hits and drove in 2 runs. Kyle Bradish shut out New York and held them to 1 hit through 6 innings. The O's are off tomorrow before heading to D.C. to take on the Nats on Friday. Prior to today's game, Dylan Beavers became the 13th different Oriole to be placed on the IL this season. Beavers is sidelined with a right oblique strain, and Maverick Hanley was recalled as the corresponding move. The Pistons look to defend home court tonight in Game 5 of their second-round series versus the Cavs. Cleveland won Games 3 and 4 at home to tie the series at 2. Tip-off is set for 8. The NFL announced its entire international game schedule, which will include a record 9 matchups across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. The Ravens will play the Cowboys in Brazil in Week 3. The entire regular season schedule will be released tomorrow night at 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 66. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
When there's an overcast day, sometimes sunshine is delayed, but he will be here momentarily.
He's right there. Someone let him in.
Someone got him in the building. He'll be here.
He's walking out.
But he's going to need to get through the door. So
but Charlie.
Somebody's going to let him in. But sunshine has made it. He's arrived. As he will. The Orioles played one of their better games the last few days, and now sunshine in studio. Yes, always. That's just some cool pants.
Hey, those are awesome pants.
Yeah, he looks like one of the. What are the guys? The kids show with those guys in the different suits. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Is that what they were called?
The Mighty Morphin.
Yeah, he looks like a Power Ranger. Yeah, Jimmy, you look like a Power.
He's matching though. I like the Under Armour gold.
Yeah, you're the gold Power Ranger.
This would be the #1 lacrosse team, Notre Dame.
Yes.
Welcome back. Let me slow down. I sprinted from the game here, and I'm all lacrosse.
Oh, you were there?
I was with Terry Aronson.
Yeah.
Nice.
John Greeley, Mr. Toyota. Stop calling everybody.
Yeah.
On the air with Ken.
Yes, and Bon.
That's one of my Philly guys from Bonner who won the state title up there, but they're mourning your 4-0 disgusting sweep, lack of energy. Let's go back to today. Great win.
Yes.
Happy for the Orioles. Bobby Schreiber, the greatest high school coach ever. Wood and Reds, who played for Dave Cottle. Louis Casoris, who coached at Cardinal Gibbons. So I go in with my lacrosse thing because Hopkins won. John Greeley, whose nephew's True at Sunderland, who had 50 goals this year for Virginia. They won it all. A lot of lacrosse talk. Who's doing what, where, when, how. And Hopkins is a big surprise. But everyone thinks, watch out for the Hoyas because Shriver's kid's a coach there from Boys Latin. And that's enough for today lacrosse. But I'm wearing Notre Dame because they're number one, and I knew that these lacrosse guys were going to be their kids. So I had to stick it to them like,
sure.
We've won 2 out of 4 with Corrigan.
Yes.
We love lacrosse here.
I'm digging
on to
those
the next
pants,
topic.
Jimmy.
Thanks for listening. And Volpe didn't look very good. Volpe looks a little shook.
Well, how about the fact that Boone said he's gone as soon as the other guy comes back? You know, like he.
For our young people out there, before we get to the draft, and we will get to the NBA draft, and I love AJ DeBizante, and this is what scares me about Peterson. I would pick Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. Wow. My favorite number 4. That's who he's the Edgecombe. Like remember I told you how good Edgecombe was?
I was just about to give you all the
brought it up on air yesterday.
I thought they were going to take Ace Bailey, and you're like, no, they need BJ Edgecombe. They took BJ Edgecombe.
That's why we actually, as Jerry West said, let's go watch in person, and we can talk a lot when play is stopped. When play is going on, shut up, Jimmy, and watch. I used to go every summer with Jerry West to Summer League, like the Jerry West. I got to know him through the
logo.
pumps. And but no talking during when play was in play. We're here to watch the Summer League. Same with college scouting. Well, VJ Edgecombe was very good, but today showed us that Volpe, here's the thing, Ken, to throw the Will Chamberlain at Embiid or to throw the Derek Jeter at Volpe, while that might not be fair, this is the way the world works.
That's exactly how it works.
I've seen Embiid come up remarkably short. Paul George staring off into space. I didn't get that. It kind of ruined it. I think the Knicks are like waiting for them in a way like that was like, okay, we know we're going to beat you, but wow, we got to break. The Celtics didn't win, but really you're going to lay down? Today, Volpe didn't look very good, Ken. That's kind of where I'm going with this, Tim. Like watching him in person, like Spencer Jones I wanted to see, and, Alonzo had a big hit. It's just fun to watch. Obviously we love Gunnar, but I want to see some new guys. I listen to you every day religiously.
Oh, we love you, Jim.
Well, that's why I love Volpe, can you guys go back at me? He didn't look very good.
No, he didn't look good last year. I think he's.
Did they give him too much too soon is my point, Ken?
I think he's from the area. He was at the parade when they won as a kid. And so like he was the anointed guy, and it's gone horribly bad for him. And I don't know that he can come back from it.
Here's a shameless plug. Birdland Territory, we were talking about this the other day. Steve Molesky and Brad Brock.
Molesky's like an unknown that actually knows what he's doing.
But Steve's great. We
had
had this conversation, and Volpe fits this to a T. With minor league systems and the top 100 prospects and MLB TV, I think fans today know so much more about prospects than they did 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
And now the expectation is so high for all of these guys because you see what they do coming up through the minor league system where not all these guys are going to pan out. How many times have we said that over the years, Ken, where it's, okay, just because this guy's the 18th ranked prospect, he could flame out.
Yes.
And I think Volpe is one of those guys where New York guy, like you were saying, Ken, and Jeter.
Great
and
to
all,
play there, but
Yankee,
easy.
exactly.
Ask the
Yankee,
Mets.
and the expectations are so sky high where this kid's falling so short of what they are. And
literally and figuratively.
Exactly. And I think like part of that is just the fans know so much more, where maybe 10 years ago, he doesn't get that type of hype coming up.
It's the same in basketball. Look, all these they're picking 17 and 18. I'm going to Cincinnati this week. I got the NBPA, and that's the Players Association tournament. All really good organization running Charlotte. That's in June. I got to go to IMG. This is all coming. USA Basketball. In the next 6 weeks, I'll hear everybody say, if this, and this happened, he could be the next. It's like, well, you just named 8 things.
Yeah.
And we haven't even mentioned like girlfriends or socializing, or the fact that they have a ton of money in their pocket ahead of time. Like, a lot of things can trip you up. Remember Louis Gossett Jr. and Officer and Gentleman?
Yeah.
I'm here to trip you up before you get to United Airlines. Like, before, Tim, they could kind of go on their way, make some mistakes, and learn and become better. There was the old CBA. Isaiah Thomas kind of ruined that. That's another story. But Phil Jackson, Michael Ray Richardson, Scott Brooks, they played there. Musselman's dad coached there. They learned how to play, make some mistakes. It's the old Bull Durham. You had some old Bull Durham, if you don't know, it was an old movie where Kevin Costner.
Phone doesn't know.
The old guy.
I'm familiar.
The old guy helps the young guy do what he should have done. In other words, there's not a lot of that. And in the NBA, the G League has become, and actually college has helped because of the money. They've become, like Michigan was almost a pro team.
Yes.
They're all
transfers.
older. Yeah, they're all transfers and they're all 22 and 23.
Yeah.
My point is this. At least they can learn there. And the G League and all that stuff in like AAA and AA, yeah, they're learning, but are they learning enough fundamental? But they're moving them so fast, Tim.
Exactly.
With a lot of people watching them. And then the kids, and I don't say they're young kids, but they're still young men, are reading about it. In other words, I have guys in the NBA that I know, they're like, I know I've been playing bad, or people say I'm a bust, or I'm not really hurt, but I'm hurt, or whatever. It's none of my business. I just cover the Wizards gratefully. I do pre and post.
Yeah.
John Wall's been excellent, and he knows he's made some adjustments learning after he stopped playing. That's why they won, I think, the lottery, because he's good luck. The whole point of this, Tim, is there's not as much learning curve, but they're also self-examining themselves through idiots and sorry I said that, but most of you are idiots that are out there tweeting about players from the center field bleachers, not some guy who's done this for 30 years, not some scout. Like I just said, and I'm not kissing ass, but I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. When you grow up in this area, like Saratoga, when you grow up there, you know horses because that's what they do. Here, I was with a lot of lacrosse royalty today. They're going to tell you who's good, who's bad, why McDonough won, should Calvert Hall beat him, why the best face-offs man going there, why Yale won, why Syracuse came back, why Duke's really good for a 5th seed, why Georgetown beat Virginia. Because these guys, and Bobby Shriver is the guy I give the most credit to, I'm serious, from Boys Latin, are experts, but they're older, but they know everybody, but they also watch the games still. They still go to games. They still go to young kids' games. They're still following the college game into the pro game. And in the NBA, some of that's been lost. And then we'll see. And we're going to talk all about Maryland's recruiting class. And I do love Wagner, who's a Camden kid, but from Philly. I do think Buzz Williams is going to be a lot better, as they said. And Scary and Loyola and Brodus, I've talked to all of them. But right now, UMBC is the local champ. I met with Mount St. Mary. So there's like localized stuff. There's college stuff. There's the NBA stuff. Then there's like baseball and lacrosse. Welcome to the world of sports. And I shouldn't know this much, but I do because there's so much information out there. And if Volpe's reading that, Tim, here's my question for you real quick. Is that good or bad that Volpe's absorbing all those opinions?
I think it's very difficult for athletes, coaches as well to, you got to have that tunnel vision, but it's so hard because he's a 20-something-year-old kid where, of course, he's hearing some stuff and he's reading some stuff. But, yeah, I don't think it's a good thing. Everyone telling you how much you suck all the time and how, oh, my gosh, you're a colossal disappointment given where you were ranked in so-and-so's top 100. No, I think it definitely is a detriment.
More with Jimmy Passos. It's overcast outside.
Basketball.
But sunshine in the building. I have an interesting hypothetical for you, Jimmy, concerning the Wizards and that number 1 pick. I'll give it to you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May, Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music, great food locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and then it remains heavy after the tunnel. There's an accident at Eastern Avenue. Northbound 295 heavy from Waterview Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the outer loop of the Beltway before Security Boulevard, work crew there on the left side. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Heavy again off and on through Towson, both directions between the Harrisburg Expressway and Paring Parkway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Sunshine daydream. Walking in the door. It's about to rain outside, but there's sunshine inside. Orioles win 7-0. We'll get back to that in just a few minutes. But Jimmy Patsos, it's Jimmy Patsos in studio. We have sunshine with us, and I have a hypothetical for you. So it is being reported. Obviously, I really like AJ DeBanza. I've watched him play a bunch of times at BYU. He's a hell of a basketball player. He went to BYU. The Utah Jazz have the second pick.
From Boston.
Yeah. But there is some rumblings that he would like
go
to
to prep school out in Utah.
Yeah,
and he's a big Wasatch. Let's finish. Just want everybody to know what Ken's saying is Boston kid. Yeah. But last 2 years he was in Utah.
Yeah.
Keep going, Ken.
Yeah, and he likes it there, and they like him. If you're the Wizards and you can get a package like the Celtics got from the Sixers when they traded down. The Sixers traded up to get Markelle Fultz, and the Celtics got Tatum anyway, who they won in the first place. Sixers had to trade another one. If you could get a one and maybe even Ace Bailey.
When they traded Joe Barry Carroll for Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish.
Yes. That was a hell of a trade.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, Red Auerbach
went to 10 straight in final. Do you know Magic and Bird played in the finals for like 11 straight years?
Well, the Rockets jumped in like
I'm
Moses
saying
Rockets.
one of the team.
Oh, you one of them.
Calm down.
Yes.
Calm down, Kenneth.
You had the Moses Rockets. And
I know
the
you're
King
Phelps. I know you're under a lot of stress and you're looking very skinny, and I know you're hungry and you want pizza,
I am
but you can't have one. I can. You can.
We can have pizza.
For 11 years, either one of those teams was in the finals. And the team that got snake bitten the most of those 11 years, well, really, if you go back to 77, who
Sixers.
was? Ken's right.
Yeah.
Dr. J had a chance to get 4 titles. He got one. And when he got one, who got credit for it?
Moses Malone.
I love you, Ken. I do love you.
Yeah.
So go back, Ken. I do not speak for the Wizards. I work for the Wizards.
Yeah.
I know Will Dawkins and Michael Winger. I work with Wes Hall and Chris Miller. I know the coaches, but I'm not around them.
So if the Wizards could get a Ace Bailey and a 1 to drop down
Can
one
we do
spot.
better than Ace Bailey?
Well, and the 1 and to move back to the 2 spot. Would you consider that?
I would. I'd rather have probably Walker Kessler because he's a center, but we don't need. See, now I'm getting two in my own head.
Yeah.
We don't need a wing. We need a point guard and a center.
Okay.
But yes, so you're now going to trade and you're going to take.
You move down one spot, you get 2 assets.
Look, the Hawks and the Mavericks did this, and everybody was like, the Mavericks were crazy. Were they? They went to the finals. They have Luka Doncic. Now I know he's in the Lakers. I don't speak for the organization in any way, shape, or form, except that I'm happy for them. It was a painful 3 years, and they went through a lot of this, and it wasn't like tanking on purpose or anything, because I think the whole league's got an issue with that.
Yeah.
But they weren't going to be good. And now they've traded for Trae Young, who's a real player every day. And Anthony Davis, if he can play,
and if he stays,
is obviously very good. He has a TV show, which I don't really care about, but Anthony Davis is a bona fide star. But does he want and can he play healthy? Trae Young's going to play. Trae Young's going to play in 60 games next year, or 65. I think it should be 60, but the number's 65 to be eligible. Those things and more. But you're talking about Bob Carrington, who played in all 82 games 2 years in a row. Clearly, he learned something in Baltimore from number 8. I was in the St. Francis gym today with Nick Miles. Today.
Wow.
Today. That was from Goodfellas. They were going through a thing where we're going to have a big event this summer, and we're going to talk about some other stuff that's going on in the basketball world, because summer basketball and offside planning and high school all-star basketball never stops, 24/7, 365. The pro thing, though, is a whole different level. You know, it's funny because Mark Archie was on the wall, Devin Gray, R.I.P., Ace Baldwin, and all Sean Mosey. But Bob Carrington and Derek Queen played in that gym less than 5 years ago, and they're both in the pros, and they're doing well. But can they get to where we are today? They're not the Knicks. They're not the Sixers who made the playoffs. They're not the Celtics. They're certainly not the Cavs and the Pistons. And I do think that the Raptors made some moves. So you have to make a move. And is a move like that, Ken, to get 2 players to move one spot?
Because then you get Peterson or you get Wilson.
Peterson, who's probably the most talented player.
Yeah.
I like Wilson because I like what he does. And Boozer they could use. I just think he's not his old man. I want everybody to understand.
Yeah.
I
also, let me ask you this, because you know that you're much smarter about this than me.
I am not much smarter than anything.
My concern with Boozer, his floor is high, but his ceiling is not.
Right, that's a good statement. I steal that people out there.
And I feel like Cam Boozer is going to play in the league for 10 years, but he's probably going to be a 13-8 guy, and he'll be a good player. Whereas
Bill Parcells, can he be a contributor, and then can he be a starter?
Yeah.
Then can he be an impact starter? And then before we get to All-Stars, can he win you playoff series? Which, like, AJ
DeBanza,
reminds you of, like, Edgecombe and Maxey, that he can probably win you series. Peterson has not proved anything. Boozer is a commodity that won. I mean, they were this weird fluke play from going to the Final Four. And Caleb Wilson, I love, but he got hurt, and then Carolina. What I like about Caleb Wilson, and I'm sorry about Hubert Davis and my friend at VCU beat them. I like the Martellis, but North Carolina's season imploded without that guy.
Yes.
To me, that's a recognition of how good he was. Like, they're pretty good and they have good players, but their season imploded without him. That's how important he was. But Ken, I want to tell you that I really do believe if I was GM for a day, do you take advantage? Here's the thing for you, Tim, since you do more of this, like you're a thoughtful guy.
He is.
While you're getting the better of the deal, but you're letting Utah have what they really want, But if this is Michael Jordan versus who was the big guy, Sam Bowie?
Oh, Sam Bowie, yeah.
If this is Joe Barry Carroll versus, is all that just a dumb thing to think about? Because you're talking about giving up a proven 6'9" wing player that has a lot of LeBron James, in my opinion, in him. You're giving that up because you think you can like get over on them because they want him so bad that you're only slipping one player and you're going to get another player. But if this guy turns out that good, is that good or bad, Tim?
For me, in any situation where you're talking about a number one overall pick, like how much conviction do the Wizards have in Debanza? If you think that he is a franchise-altering player, then take him. Then that's the decision.
But what Ken's saying is,
I know you get multiple commodities.
Well, but it's a unique situation because of
the strength of the draft.
Great. No, it's a unique situation because of the love Utah and Debanza appear to have for each other, right, Ken?
Yes.
In other words, Ken's putting a lot of stock in. He's totally right.
Yeah.
That this whole thing's going, like, remember, the BYU, look, I live in this world. The NIL booster for BYU, he owns the Jazz.
Yes.
Hello.
They paid a kid, $8 million?
But I mean, like, this is all connected. So what Ken's presenting is a very unique situation.
Yeah, sure.
That maybe the Wizards should go for broke Ken. And that's why I said Walker Kessler or Ace Bailey or both or like another pick, but I'd have to look at their roster. Like maybe I'd ask for Laurie Marketing. In other words, maybe because what Ken's presenting is different than what Memphis or anybody else is in because of the kids, the young man's that good, but he clearly is part of their community.
Yes. Do you want to do one more set?
I'll do whatever you want. Would you do the deal if you were the Jazz or the Wizards?
Part of me, I'm a wuss. I take the Bance. I think he's a sure thing. I think the kid's a stud. And I would hate, as much as you're getting multiple assets, if the Bance turns into the kid you think he is and you have to watch him do it elsewhere, that's a kick to the nads every single day.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. One more segment with Jimmy Patsos. We'll talk some Maryland and also something big coming up in Baltimore. That's next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Hey Bel Air, big news this year. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days. Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Security Boulevard. Work crew there on the left side. Just stay to the right to get by. Inner loop of the Beltway, heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Heavy again off and on through Towson in both directions between the Harrisburg Expressway and Paring Parkway. 95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And it remains heavy after the tunnel because of an accident at Eastern Avenue. 295 northbound heavy from Waterview Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles lead the Yankees 7-0 in the 8th inning. Blaze Alexander delivered a 2-run single in the 6th for the Birds' latest score. Kyle Bradish shut out New York and held them to 1 hit through 6 innings. Prior to today's game, Dylan Beavers became the 13th different Oriole to be placed on the IL this season. Beavers is sidelined with a right oblique strain, and Maverick Hanley was recalled as the corresponding move. The Pistons look to defend home court tonight in Game 5 of their second-round series versus the Cavs. Cleveland won Games 3 and 4 at home to tie the series at 2. Tip-off is set for 8. The NFL announced its entire international game schedule, which will include a record 9 matchups across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. The Ravens will play the Cowboys in Brazil in Week 3. The entire regular season schedule will be released tomorrow night at 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Ready to build a real career, not just a paycheck? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join our team at ariosamechanical.com. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
One more segment with Jimmy Patsos in studio. And Jimmy, let's talk Maryland. It looks like the roster is set. They did try to get Obina Kesey Jr. He ends up going to Louisville. You had his father when you were an assistant at Maryland. Did you think it was realistic to add a Kesey, and did you like the what?
Yeah, I mean, Obina's a great guy. Obina he came from Worcester Academy. He was not a very good player. Obina came to Maryland because his father, who's not that tall as you'd think, was a petroleum engineer, and said, my son is coming here because you have a great engineering IBM joint program. I'm like, we do? oh yeah, we do. I'm sorry. That's right. Gary's like, go run down there and find out. I'm like, run down to where? The petroleum engineering building? Yeah. They're not letting me in there, okay? So Obina and Gary Williams got that done. But Obina had that thing, him and Martisic, where we had lost Joe Smith and we needed a guy, and he played himself into the NBA. And then he went over to Croatia or Serbia for a year and did a lot of road work. I'm serious. I was like, Obina, how's Serbia? He's like 5 miles every morning, starts the day. Now you look at what Serbia's done. Their big men are all over the NBA.
Yeah.
Then Obina came back and played with the Hawks, but Obina was a very smart guy, a really good player, and a great human being. I think he took a good look. Louisville pays a lot of money if you've ever been there.
Yeah.
Denny Crum started the Louisville basketball program. Well, he was John Wooden's assistant for 10 years. I think he may have learned a thing or two. And it wasn't just out of bounds plays, okay? So Denny Crum set up Louisville, and they went to the national title, and they had Never Nervous Purvis and the McRae brothers, and of course Patino took it over, and Darryl Griffith, you remember that? But anyways,
Dr. Duncanstein.
Louisville is like a real pro team, and there's only two things that matter in Louisville, and it's not Diane Sawyer and Muhammad Ali, who are from there, by the way. It is the Kentucky Derby and Louisville basketball. Now, the rest of the state's blue, but it's a power red. And my point is, there's nothing wrong with Maryland in it, but like Louisville, it could be with the Dukes and Kansas and Kentucky of elite basketball programs based on tradition, focus of the donors, and where the money goes, and how they're looking to build that program back to a national contender, which means, in case anybody's listening, facilities and all that's nice, NIL. But they have a pro arena. So I think Obina's kid took a good look. I'm not in the everyday recruiting of Maryland. I'm sort of off the chessboard, as we say at Maryland. Love the school. They have a big thing tonight in New York. They're celebrating the 25th anniversary. We're going to have a big year. And all the players are going to be around and stuff. And Buzz and Rock and his assistants are doing a different situation. They're learning a new job. They're going to be much better in year 2. And they have their own way of doing things. And everyone has to accept that because that's the way it is. The Akazi thing, that may have been a little bit above the financial and how to recruit and to promise a lot of things. And I'm not against that. But there was a lot that went into that recruit because he's a top 5 player. This is fishing at the highest level out there, and I live it. I'm not like I'm in it because I'm Under Armour, but there's Nike and Adidas. No, there's Anta, there's other shoe companies, there's agents, there's Oreos, there's Cheerios, there's Gatorade. There's so many money sponsors and so many things going on to maneuver for the top 10 kids, and Akazi was one of them. And I think that Buzz and them gave it a really good shot and then said, we're going our own way. I like Baba. I like Adema, the freshman's coming in from Putnam. I like Brown. I really like Wagner. I think Wagner played harder than everybody thinks to transfer from Arkansas. That's his father was DJ Wagner.
Yeah.
I just think he's going to go his own way, and you have to fit a certain criteria, and they're not going to go outside the lines to get a guy. And I do respect that. I told you guys this before. Buzz's teams always played hard this year. They competed. Payne and Mills were really good. Mills got a lot better. And they fought the whole way through. It was a bad year. We didn't get the results we wanted, which is making the NCAA. Now there'll be 76 spots. Welcome to Tucson.
Yeah.
Remember who told you that?
Yes.
Not Albuquerque. They're going to Tucson. Another basketball strong point. All that means is the NCAA knows what they're doing, and so do all these sponsors, and it's kind of a pro game. But Buzz Williams and Maryland know what they're doing, and you have to stay within your lane. And I think Obina Akazi's kid, maybe because of his size and the Keem Olajuwon comparisons, and there was a lot of money and a lot of things going on. Louisville just threw the kitchen sink and said, like, basically everything's yours. And that's okay. That's going to happen. That happened at BYU. Ken just yelled the number 8 million. I didn't tell him that. He's not wrong. At BYU for DiBasanta. Whatever Peterson got at Kansas, that was at least 5. These numbers are real, and these actions are real. And that's just the way it's going to be for a while. That's why we love our locals. But can you stay within the framework and be in the top 30 or 40, Ken?
Yeah.
And Tim, for sure, you can.
Jimmy, you've been coming on over the past couple of years.
Lucky
and something we've been talking about, these Baltimore schools. They need to be playing each other. Is there any steam towards a tournament or
Tim,
anything?
I love you. That's why Bone gets it done.
Bone does get it done.
Yeah, and we're going to come on your station and out with the first one we do. This is the first place we're going to come.
Awesome.
But look, everybody knows we have Under Armour. Has Scary. Scary's been the king, because he's won the most games the last 5 years. But this year, Jimmy Ferry won it. Josh is coming. And Kevin Broder said Josh and Loyola is coming along. Give him time. Josh did a really good job at Johns Hopkins. He knows what he's doing. He's just figuring the job out. And Kevin Broder was coach of the year in the MEAC. They just got upset in the first round. Welcome to the NCAA tournament. Now, if you don't make it, there's no more at-larges. Nobody cares. Give me the small leagues winners, and we're going to take the big boys. But these guys had good years, and we're going to try to put them in some type of format. We're working on it with our people, and then the boss, KP, and all the way down know about this, and the girls are involved too, because, Laura Harper, 2006 MVP, 1,000, and the UMBC women ever. But the Loyola women had a really good year until they got hurt, and the Morgan State women make their own runs. Put them in a pod, Play on Thursday and Saturday, Friday, Sunday. Give them a championship. Let's see if this works. It's gained a lot of steam. We're hoping it can happen this year. Some type of like State of Maryland or, the Crab Championship or Baltimore or whatever you're going to call it. Charles Street Champion, Cold Spring, 83. I don't care. Whatever you do. They'll come up with something. I don't do that. What do you guys think? Do you think that's worth trying it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Kind of played it, but we're not going the arena. You got to stay like in the college situation.
Yeah.
Like Towson should get it first because they have the best crowds and they have the resources to run it. Great arena, good location, and you move it around. But yeah, like a Thursday, like a game and a day off, and then another game, and then let's have a trophy. Let's be able to say who's the best team in Baltimore in November, and it gives you something to fight for because you got to create excitement in November for the smaller schools.
Absolutely.
So we're cool with that?
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool.
See, this is why we come on this show.
Yeah.
Give Maryland a chance. I just think Buzz is clearly learned some things about the program and how it works around here. But he'd never been in the Big Ten. He'd been in the SEC, the Big East, and the ACC. This was the Big Ten. But Bob is the real deal. He's going to be a one and done. He's going to be out of. He's got a lot of Walt Williams in him. He's a very talented player. I saw him at the Capitol Classic. He knows how to play. He's long and rangy. And if they can get someone to play the 4, and I think Ademic can do it, they're in business if Payne stays healthy. But he has to stay healthy, Ken.
Oh, yeah. It was a disaster. Well, they didn't have the talent they're supposed to have next year, but it was a disaster once he got hurt this year. Is Wagner Milt Wagner's grandson?
Yes.
Wow, I'm old.
We are old, and that's a Camden, Philly guy. But you know what? The Wagner thing was interesting because I was surprised the kid didn't stay at the level of to Arkansas to there or go to Kentucky or go to, this is a pretty stable kind of, we're like a good solid program, but we're not that flashy program. We're not the hottest team. And, it's not 2020. It's not 25 years ago. We're not the when I walked and worked for Gary Williams, we walked in those gyms. The Terps are here, and it wasn't just me, and it wasn't just, obviously it was Gary, but it wasn't me, it wasn't Billy. It was a collective of the state. It was Tom McMillan and Len Elmore. It was Greg Manning and Buck King and Albert King and Buck Williams, and it was Len Bias, obviously, and it was Joe Smith and Walt Williams, and we would play anybody anywhere, and we had that pizzazz, we had that oomph when we walked in gyms. And that has to come back, and I think it's going to come back. And Baba has a little bit of that to me, Ken. He's that kind of guy.
But do you think he's probably a one and done?
If you're any good these days, it's pretty hard to. Now, I do tell you this, Thomas Haw, and I thank you for having me. I'm sorry the Orioles got my day today, which is fun to go. Good win. It's just you can hear it in my voice, the AAU thing starting. This is, you take those 6 weeks off, but basketball's back in the summer leagues and high schools and everybody. Mount Carmel was good, and this is good. But, Nick Miles was really good this year. And O'Connell and St. John's, those are Under Armour schools. But, our high schools, and Mookie and Dobbins and Team Thrill. And there's Mello and Durant. There's Nike schools, too. This is an unbelievable area for both lacrosse and basketball in the country when you go across the board. And we're lucky to be part of it. And that's why we like doing it, whether it's mid-majors or the high majors. But for a while, we had it going. When we walked in the gym, they knew who was coming in the gym. And we want to see that come back with Maryland because we have such a 50-year strong tradition. And part of that is inside access and how wonderful you guys are. We are going to a game courtside this year.
Okay,
we will be in a fight. If you don't go, Bone, you should come. Courtside.
Absolutely. I will. Absolutely.
They got the new lounge in the end zone. R.I.P. John Brown at Bentley's. And this DJ, thank you for that.
It's Joe LaCroix.
Joe LaCroix, man.
Joe LaCroix.
Are you the man? That's you. You run this station.
He's basically been the
I
PD
apologize.
for the last
I
year
know
and a
you are
half.
from a legendary position, but I didn't know who you were.
Dude, yeah. He's
Wow.
Yeah.
He's the de facto program director right now.
For now. You are the man.
Probably longer.
Tracy, give that guy a raise.
Yeah. Jimmy Patsos, you're the best. Thank you as always for coming
players
in.
giving raises?
Yeah, wow.
That's foreign.
Raisins, maybe. Coming up next, though, let's get back to the Trevor Rogers of it all. After last night, how concerned are we with the Orioles' left-handed pitcher? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 5 between the Spurs and Timberwolves didn't look a lot like Game 2 until the end, as the Spurs blew out the Wolves 126-97 to take a 3-2 series lead. When a series is tied at 2 games apiece, the winner of Game 5 goes on to win the series 82% of the time. That bodes well for the Spurs. Game 6 is Friday night in Minnesota. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection. You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, it's becoming a real equalizer. That's something that just performed well, throughout his career and this year, and the usage hasn't been as high to start the year, and he's starting to lean into it now. It's just tough. Like, obviously, the depth spin plays better to lefties, so use it to lefties, but also it has great utility against righties too. And the way he's just pounding the strike zone, being efficient, it's such a different look for both handedness. So it was awesome to see him get that going today.
So that was Craig Albertaz talking about Kyle Bradish, who was great today. Orioles win 7-0. I do want to go back to last night, though, and Trevor Rogers.
This might sound...
Craig Albertaz, he's got a lot to say. Albie, we want to hear from Trevor Rogers. Give it a break. Let's hear Trevor Rogers talks about the rotation.
I think it's there. That's when you get into the point of, I have to go and perform. I have to do this. I have to do that. I'll still put this rotation up against anyone in the league. It's just things just aren't going our way. Like Bassett, unbelievable start. So I think things are starting to turn over, and we keep doing what we can control, keep doing what we need to do. I have no doubt that this is going to turn around for me especially, so I'm not worried at all.
So Trevor Rogers, after last night's starts, ERA is up to 5.77. He gave up 6 hits and 3 walks in 4 innings in the 6-2 loss, 6 runs as well. He's got a 5 ERA. Boz has a 5 ERA. Bassett has a 5 ERA. Zach Eflin ain't coming back. He can say they're as good as any rotational league, but the numbers say otherwise, Bob.
Yeah, they entered today ranked 29th in starting rotation ERA. So
that's the opposite of good.
You look at the positive, and Kyle Bradish, we heard that clip from Craig Albertaz. He was talking about the curveball just being a hammer for him, and it absolutely was today. He got 8 swings and misses. Kyle Bradish, these past 2 starts, has looked like Kyle Bradish, which is a great, great sign. But the rest of this starting rotation, it's just been like Bassett, this last outing was good, in which Keegan Aiken was used as an opener. He went 6 innings following that. But you'd like to see Chris Bassett string together a couple of starts in a row. And unfortunately, going back to Trevor Rogers, now it's 4 straight outings in which he's just really, really struggled. And it continues to be batters with 2 outs. It continues to be batters with 2 strikes. And Trent Grisham, he had 2 strikes and 2 outs when he delivered that 3-run homer. And that just ended up crushing the Orioles and made it 6-0. And I was one of those believers heading into the season that I thought this starting rotation had a lot of upside, had a lot of potential. And Rogers, I remember him talking about during spring training, this is one of the better rotations he's ever been a part of in terms of command. And it's been anything but that because walks have really plagued this starting rotation to start the year.
But before we step out, you mentioned Bradish, his hammer is the curveball. What would you say your hammer is?
Anxiety? I don't know.
Crippling anxiety?
Crippling
is your
anxiety.
Is your hammer?
Poor confidence.
Yeah. That's quite a hammer.
Getting walked over? I don't know.
I would say it's demeanor, Bill.
Demeanor, yeah. I can take that.
Bring a demeanor hammer.
There we go.
Hey, the Orioles, they win 7-0. They take the series from the Yankees. They're 20-24. They play the 20-22 Nationals starting on Friday in Washington. Tim Kirchin, he's from ESPN. We'll get his thoughts on the O's in Major League Baseball next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. And the best part, it's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game or gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in present Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, everybody? Nick Kirsto's here helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tomorrow, Wednesday night in the pro basketball playoffs, San Antonio, a 9.5-point home favorite against Minnesota, total 215.5. Now, I don't know if Minnesota will win outright like it did in game one, but this point spread is way too big with how hard Minnesota plays. I think Minnesota keeps the game close, and Minnesota covers the big number. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
That's because we have acres of new Hondas. Drive home with your lowest monthly payment.
I only pay $199 per month, and I love it.
If you've been shopping for a new Honda, you got to get to Anderson.
Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage card holders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
The Orioles beat the Yankees 7-0 and took 2 of 3 in the series. Adley Rutman hit a 2-run homer, and Blaze Alexander had 3 hits and drove in 2 runs. Kyle Bradish shut out New York and held them to 1 hit through 6 innings. The O's are off tomorrow before heading to D.C. to take on the Nats on Friday. Prior to today's game, Dylan Beavers became the 13th different Oriole to be placed on the IL this season. Beavers is sidelined with a right oblique strain, and Maverick Hanley was recalled as the corresponding move. The Pistons look to defend home court tonight in Game 5 of their second-round series versus the Cavs. Cleveland won Games 3 and 4 at home to tie the series at 2. Tip-off is set for 8. The NFL announced its entire international game schedule, which will include a record 9 matchups across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. The Ravens will play the Cowboys in Brazil in Week 3. The entire regular season schedule will be released tomorrow night at 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 66. I'm Tim Barbalise, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles win 7-0. They take 2 of 3 from the Yankees. Off tomorrow, start a 3-game series in Washington tomorrow. Let's talk some Orioles and Major League Baseball with ESPN's Tim Kirchin, who joins us now. And Tim, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So I'm curious because, you know, we run hot here and you're level-headed. What do you think of these Orioles so far? Because I think we both, I'll speak for Tim, my co-host here, we both thought they'd be better than what they are right this minute.
Yeah, I thought so too. But I thought the American League was going to be better than it was to this point. And that's, unfortunately for Oriole fans, that's how you have to look at this. It has been a slightly disappointing start to the season, especially with the starting pitching. But, you know, as of a week ago, only 2 teams in the American League were above 500. And they came dangerously close to having every team in the Central and the West under 500 with a negative run differential. That is ridiculous. Now, things have gotten a little better. Got to think the Guardians are playing better now. You got to think the Mariners are going to get hot at some point. But the Orioles just need to get this thing going. And I'm surprised it hasn't gone better so far. But when you have 6 playoff teams, when you have 5 playoff teams like this, you know, you always have a chance, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens from here.
Tim, I do want to ask you about that because you're one of the great historians of this sport. It's so bizarre, the mediocrity, the parity, whatever word you want to use for it, for the American League, where I understand we're only a quarter of the way through the season, but if the season was over, 2 teams with losing records would have the wild card spot. Is there a year that sticks out to you in recent memory? Thinking of an entire league being this down, this deep into the season?
Well, I'm sure there's been one. And let's not forget, fellas, how ridiculous last year was.
Yeah.
That just when you thought so-and-so team was really good, it would lose 8 in a row. And just when you thought that team was really bad, it would win 7 in a row. It made absolutely no sense last year. And similar things are happening again this year. But to repeat, when you have 6 playoff teams per league, all you pretty much have to do is hang around through the All-Star break, stick around 500. Don't forget, fellas, 2019, the Nationals were 19-31, and they won the World Series. 2 years ago, the Tigers went to Williamsport to play in the Sunday night game and had 0 chance to make the playoffs. And then they caught fire and went on to not only make the playoffs, but beat Houston in a playoff series. It's baseball. Anything is possible. Weird things happen all the time. I'm just telling you, weirder things have happened in recent years, more than I can remember. And that this year certainly qualifies.
Tim, you've forgotten more about baseball than I know, and I love baseball. One of the things that's crazy to me is the Orioles, and this is a few years now, their inability to hit left-handed pitching, and they've seemed to try in the offseason to add guys to help them against lefties. Their win today against the starter Max Fried, who left after 3 innings, it's their first win this season against a left-handed starter. They were 0-9 coming into this game. How do you, they went and added Pete Alonso and Taylor Ward to try to help with that, and yet they still can't hit lefties.
Yeah, and again, fellas, it doesn't make any sense. It's so beautiful. It will not allow us to figure these things out. Taylor Ward is a good hitter. He had a really good offensive year last year. He's got 1 homer.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso's going to hit 30. He's going to hit 40 before this is over. But he's hitting 211. Gunnar Henderson, granted, hits from the other side, but 197 with 57 strikeouts. None of this makes sense at all. So maybe that they beat a lefty and a good lefty in Max Fried at that. Maybe this starts to change things, but the number of times I've tried to figure this stuff out over the years, and I go to ask people, the answer routinely is, we're not sure what's going on here. We're not sure why we can't hit left-handers. This is just baseball being its beautifully unpredictable self.
We're speaking to Tim Kirchin. That's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Tim, I feel like over the past year and a half, we've been asking you, what's wrong with Adley Rutman? What's wrong with Adley Rutman? Well, Adley Rutman looks like early career Adley Rutman, all-star Adley Rutman. But him, along with their young catchers, Samuel Basallo, how impressed have you been with the 2 Orioles catchers to start the season?
Well, this is great news for Adley Rutman because that was a 1.5-year struggle, and it's the first struggles he's ever had. And I think you have to factor that in. You know, when Jackson Holliday came up, years ago, he struggled terribly because he had never failed before. Maybe Gunnar Henderson is going through some of that now. He's never been hitting 197 after 40 games. But this is a great sign for the Orioles that Adley appears to be back from both sides of the plate with power. And Sam Basallo has been really, really impressive. I was talking to Ben McDonald yesterday at the ballpark just about the adjustments that this kid makes at this age. We're not very good. Our hitters today get overpowered by this ridiculous stuff we see every day, and not enough hitters are willing to make an adjustment and try something else. But Sam Basallo is doing that right now, and it's showing up in the numbers. So that's very encouraging for someone as young as him to understand, all right, this way isn't working. I'm going to try something else. And then it does work.
Tim, let's go around baseball a little bit. The AL West is fascinating to me because it doesn't seem like anybody wants to win it. The Athletics currently lead at 21-20. Seattle, who was such a great story last year, with Cal Riley just ended a 0-for-36 run. Who's going to get hot in this division? Obviously, the Astros and Angels look like it might be late early for both those teams.
Yeah, I think this is still the Mariners' division to win. But again, fellas, with this kind of starting pitching, with that guy behind the plate, with Julio Rodriguez in center field, I can't understand how they can be under 500 right now. But this is baseball. Cal Raleigh was 0-for-38 when he finally got a hit. I mean, this guy finished second in the MVP voting. It's 60 homers last year. Just proves that anyone is capable of struggling terribly when you face the kind of pitching that these guys see these days. It's the hardest hitting environment in baseball history. We see it every day. Look at all the really good players who are struggling terribly. I mean, Ohtani's under 240 right now. This doesn't make any sense, but this just speaks to the kind of stuff that you're seeing every day now. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Tim, how about the NL Central, where the entire division has winning records? There are 5 teams there. There's only 4 teams in the American League with winning records. How do you see the Central shaping out?
Yeah, I love the Brewers. I've been wrong on them a few times. No longer. I will not be fooled again by them. They can really play the game properly. Jacob Mizorowski is a monster. Bryce Terang has turned into a really good player. Now they've got Christian Yelich back. So I wouldn't be surprised now if they won the division again. But I think the Cubs are good. The Cubs until recently had the second best offensive team in the National League, and they can score runs 1 through 9. I mean, they had Dansby Swanson and Pete Crow Armstrong 8-9 or 9-8 all the time. Those guys had 55 homers last year. So I think the Cubs are for real. I think the Pirates are much better. The Reds made the playoffs last year, even though they've already lost 12 games this year by 5 or more runs. Doesn't make any sense to me. The Cardinals are way better than I thought. So this has been the big surprise division to me. I did not see all these teams over 500 at this point.
Tim, we'll leave with the NL East, which I thought the Braves, Phillies, and Mets would all be good. Well, the Braves are doing their part, but the Phillies, they're finally getting close to 500, and the Mets, it's just been a disaster so far this year.
Yeah, I did not see this coming for the Mets. I didn't think they would be a strong contender to win the division. I thought the Phillies were much better. But they haven't been. Well, they have been because the Mets have struggled so badly. Now Francisco Alvarez, their catcher, is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks with a knee. That's a terrible loss for them. I'm sorry. I know it's early. I just don't see them in a very competitive National League in the Braves and Phillies division with those 5 Central teams, not to mention the Dodgers and the Padres and even the Diamondbacks. That's a tough road in the National League. I just don't see the Mets having the firepower to make that up, and I don't think they pitch well enough to make up for their lack of firepower.
Tim Kurkjian, always great catching up with you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Okay, guys. See you.
Tim Kurkjian, ESPN is where you can find him. We'll talk to Ryan Ripken at 5:30, but coming up next, what do we think of these Orioles after taking 2 or 3 from the Yankees? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Morning people wake up for peace and quiet.
McDonald's breakfast people, we wake up for the sweet rush of getting that warm, delicious breakfast right before it ends.
Hotcakes, sausage patty, hash browns, scrambled eggs, biscuit, real butter and syrup. You know how our big breakfast got its name, and you know where your whole family can share one for just $6. McDonald's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
I live in Owings Mills, and I always come to Anderson.
I drove from White Marsh to get this Sierra from Anderson.
I saved a lot of money coming here.
A lot. Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Big delays, 95 northbound. It's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and it remains heavy after the tunnel because of an accident at Eastern Avenue. That's causing big delays. The Orioles game let out not too long ago, so that's causing some heavy volume. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel on the outer loop of the Beltway before the Security Boulevard, clearing a work zone from the left side. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, still heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Heavy again through Towson on the inner loop of the Beltway between the Harrisburg Expressway and Paring Parkway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info. Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, I mean, it always feels good taking a series from a division opponent, especially the Yankees. But that was a good bounce back.
Kyle Bradish talking about taking 2 or 3 from the Yankees, and I guess the 6th inning on during Game 1, you're thinking there's no way they're going to take 2 or 3 from the Yankees because they're getting no hit. It's a lefty. They can't hit lefties. They win that game. Kobe Mayo, it's 3-run homer. Then Trevor Rogers is bad yesterday. They lose that one. You have another lefty looming, and yet they win today 7-0 and take the series. Bowen, as Tim Kirchin just said, fellas, baseball's crazy. You can't explain it.
And Tim knows more than anybody about that. What a weird series. But ultimately, if you told O's fans, hey, you're going to win this series against the Yankees after being dominated in every single facet of that 4-game series in the Bronx. You would take it. And, just some highlights from it. The Yankees, as crazy as this is to say, they only scored in 3 innings. This entire series. Yeah. 3 innings of 27. The Orioles bullpen, they didn't allow a single run. 8 2/3 shutout innings in this series. Kyle Bradish was fantastic. The offense woke up today. I mean, it didn't really do a heck of a lot in the first 2 games, but really woke up today and scored 4 runs with 2 outs.
Yeah, I sometimes, and that's why I love baseball, because sometimes it's just completely unexplainable. Let's hear from Craig Albertaz, the skipper, talking after the game about the possibility of Bradish's success being contagious.
I think so. I think when you're in the clubhouse, when you're grinding with your guys, and you see how hard they work, and they're making adjustments, and you see it come to fruition and out in front of you live. Yeah, I would think it would merit, some of our guys to keep pushing through. They already have that mentality, but to actually see one of your guys that you compete with and around every single day go out there and make an adjustment and it's showing. Yeah, I think it's going to lend some type of reward for us.
So on one hand, obviously, I can't say it's impossible to feel bad about taking 2 or 3 from the Yankees, but I just want to see some sort of sign of consistency from these guys. So, forgive me, they've played 44 games. 20 and 20 is 40. Yes, 44 games. Yes, 44 games. And I've yet to see them, to use a Harbsism, stack. And we've seen many games this year, but we've talked about this ad nauseum. Games that we thought were going to be the lightning rod game that gets them going. And the opposite happens. So I am now going to take I'm happy they took 2 or 3, but let's see what they do against the Nationals this weekend.
They haven't gone on a serious win streak. The most amount of games they've won in a row is 3. They did have that stretch where they won 6 of 7 when they swept the White Sox and then, took the series against the Giants and the first one against the Diamondbacks. But besides that, Ken, it's been nothing. They just have not been able to go on a run. And now you have that opportunity. You've taken 3 of 4. You're going up against a very scrappy Nats team.
20 and 22, they're hitting.
And their offense is awesome. And the Orioles starting rotation and bullpen are definitely going to be tested in that series, but it's a losing ball club. So you don't need to sweep the Nats, but just keep stacking series wins. And that's what was so special about when this team, when Adley got brought up initially in 2022 through the first part of 2024, they never got swept. And what's so great about that is you're not digging yourself into a hole. And this team has already dug themselves into a hole. And even after this 3 of 4, you're still 4 games under 500. But now you just got to start chipping away. You don't need to win 7 straight, but 5 of 7, 7 of 10, just go on a little bit of a run.
Couple of pieces of good news, maybe. I thought Kobe Mayo had the big double, crushed it down the line, had a single later, had another good at bat where it looked like he just missed the barrel. Otherwise, he's got a 3-hit day. So good at bats there. Blaze Alexander, 3 hits, stolen base, 2 RBIs.
Yeah, Blaze has definitely been swinging the bat better of late. 3 hits today. It was massive. But Kobe Mayo, that's a big X factor for this team because we did the segment yesterday. They're not getting any offensive production at third base. Heading into yesterday, they were 27th in OPS out of their third baseman, and obviously Kobe Mayo is getting the bulk of the run there at third base. You hope that maybe the 3-run homer on Monday gets him going a bit. He had a solid series against the Yankees, but we saw him with that one stretch earlier in the year where he hit a homer in 3 straight games, and then, he kind of fell off after that point.
Adley, another home run. That's the good news. Flip side, Gunnar Henderson went 0 for 4 today. He's now batting $197.
It's crazy, man. It really is crazy, Gunnar, and he's got to figure it out. He's got to figure it out. If this team is going to do anything this year, it's because Gunnar Henderson has a really good season, and he is off to anything but that to start the year. And we haven't even seen when's the last time he's hit a home run.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It feels like it's been a while since that's happened, and even driving in runs consistently, that hasn't happened in this recent stretch at all. Gunnar's got to figure it out. We talked yesterday. He's seen the second most pitches in an 0-2 count. It just seems like he's always behind in the count, and that's always going to be advantage pitcher, obviously.
Gunnar Henderson, if these game logs are correct, has no homers and 2 RBIs in the month of May so far. Wow. His last homer was in Boston on April 26th. Jeez. It was a game they lost 5-3, and if memory serves, he hit it like in the 8th or 9th inning, a game they were already losing. They lost 5-3.
So you're talking 2.5 weeks it's been since he's hit a home run. Yeah,
he's driven in 2 runs this month.
Nowhere near good enough. Yeah, and he knows it. He's talked about it, and he's worn it. He's accepted the fact that, look, I need to be better. Like, I need to play to the standard that I've set over the past couple of years.
13 strikeouts, 1 walk this month. That's one more.
It's not a good ratio. That is not a good ratio.
No. Coming up next, we'll talk more Orioles. Our buddy Ryan Ripken, part of our BBT crew. What's he think of the O's coming off this series win? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman, gaining global perspective and specialized skills with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn your degree online in as few as 16 months for about $21K. Choose from 10 MBA specializations like finance, cyber tech, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills with credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Miss Pac-Man is back. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of koosh balls. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. The weather gets nicer, and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the accident after the Fort McHenry Tunnel at Eastern Avenue. That's causing big delays. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the outer loop of the Beltway before Security Boulevard, work crew still out there on the left side. That's causing delays. And then on the inner loop, it's heavy from 95 to Security Boulevard. Heavy again through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Paring Parkway. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy between Reisterstown Road and Liberty Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join our team at ariosamechanical.com.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles beat the Yankees 7-0 and took 2 of 3 in the series. Adley Rutman hit a 2-run homer, and Blaze Alexander had 3 hits and drove in 2 runs. Kyle Bradish shut out New York and held them to 1 hit through 6 innings. The O's are off tomorrow before heading to D.C. to take on the Nats on Friday. Prior to today's game, Dylan Beavers became the 13th different Oriole to be placed on the IL this season. Beavers is sidelined with a right oblique strain, and Maverick Hanley was recalled as the corresponding move. The Pistons look to defend home court tonight in Game 5 of their second-round series versus the Cavs. Cleveland won Games 3 and 4 at home to tie the series at 2. Tip-off is set for 8. The NFL announced its entire international game schedule, which will include a record 9 matchups across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. The Ravens will play the Cowboys in Brazil in Week 3. The entire regular season schedule will be released tomorrow night at 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 66. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Orioles win 7-0 today. They take 2 of 3 from the Yankees off tomorrow, then start a 3-game series with the Nationals in Washington on Friday. Let's talk some Orioles baseball with Ryan Ripken, part of our BBT crew. And Ryan, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. This was a weird series because In game one, they were getting no hit heading into the seventh inning, and yet come back and win. Trevor Rogers disappointing yesterday, but then Kyle Bradish looks like Kyle Bradish, and they finally put up a couple of crooked numbers. How you feeling about the O's taking 2 or 3 from the Yanks?
I mean, I like it a lot. It was needed. It I think hopefully can create a boost. That's what you hope, I guess. I don't want to say it is going to. You hope so, because we felt there have been other moments this season where, they would ride that momentum. But this is a big one for a couple of reasons. Is one, it's a division rival, and especially the division rival that just a week ago embarrassed you up in the Bronx. And things were really struggling in game one, and yet you stole game one. And then you have a tough game two, and you bounce back and win game three. But also of winning this game and closing this out, you look around and you are showing what you are capable of against one of the best teams in the American League, one of the best teams in baseball. Is you can play complimentary ball where you can go out and put up zeros and put up crooked numbers. You can play pretty fundamentally here and have success. So that's the second part of this, is it's proving to people and hopefully to the team, we're closer than we think we are, than our record's indicating. We still got to clean up a lot, but we can do this against some of baseball's best.
Ryan, when we were asking you about Kyle Bradish a week or two ago, you kept saying, hey, I'm not concerned. Well, today in his last outing against the A's, he's really starting to look like Kyle Bradish again. What has been the difference in these past 2 outings?
Honestly, well, yeah, I just know my guy. I spent so much time with him, the year playing together in 21. I know the thought process. I know the work he puts in. And then the stuff. Just turn on the tape, turn on the game. The stuff is too good to not get going. And I think for him, what I've noticed early on, right, he was a lot more erratic with his control. Part of that was, in my opinion, you haven't pitched in the months of April and May to start off a year. This is your first normal start to a season in years. And then above all, right, it just, when you don't have your control with your fastball, your sinker, what you like to throw, it can make your other pitches less effective. And he didn't have his off-speed working maybe as much as he would want early in the season. Well, it's all coming together now. Locating his breaking ball against Ben Rice early in the game was disgusting. Just a great movement, but that's what Kyle Bradish has. And now that he's locating his pitches and setting the other ones up, and I'm going to keep driving that home. When you throw 95, 96, which Kyle Bradish does, and it's got movement one way, and you're able to then put a thought in the hitter's mind that I got to look for that, but now he's got a feel for that breaking ball. That is terrifying for hitters. So I just see a guy that, not saying it's clicking, it's always been there, but that rhythm has clicked again. And Kyle Bradish, I'm telling you, I think we're going to see a lot more of what we saw the last 2 outings the rest of the way.
Talking with Ryan Ripken's Inside Access here on the Fan. Let's see if we can do that again. What's your concern level for Trevor Rogers right now?
I think you want to give the benefit always, right? Because you're trying to battle back, and he's had a rough spell here over the starts before going on the IL and obviously coming off. I'm not going to push any panic button on Trevor Rogers, but there's a difference of a guy like Kyle Bradish and Trevor Rogers, which is Kyle Bradish, when we talk about that stuff where you can miss and get away with, because it's so damn electric and good. And that's not that Trevor Rogers isn't, but they're different pitchers. Trevor Rogers can't afford to miss on locations as much. He has to be more in control. He has to hit his spots. And quite frankly, earlier on when he was in trouble and he gave up some runs, it was with 2 strikes. He would get ahead and then he couldn't put them away. That's been an MO for a lot of the Orioles pitchers, especially the starters. But he has to hit his spots, because if he doesn't have that same velocity and that same movement on his pitches that a guy like Kyle Bradish would have. And so that's what I've seen more, Ken, is a guy that is trying to find that his location a little bit more. And if he can, I think we'll get back to that Trevor Rogers. I think he's still too good of a pitcher to not get back on track, but I think it's that combination of you're sick, you didn't have the confidence going into this little IL stint. Now you got to try to work that way back, go back to basics, get strike one, pitch off that fastball, locate that fastball. And if you get to that, I think we're going to see better numbers for him, and they need him to be better, quite frankly.
Ryan, we know that it hasn't been the start to the season that Kobe Mayo would have wanted. He had that error last Thursday that led to the Marlins walk-off, but got some redemption on Monday, not even in the starting lineup, ended up hitting that 3-run homer, had 2 more hits today. What did you think of Kobe Mayo's series against the Yankees?
I loved it, and I love everything that Kobe has done and how he's handled himself, especially over the last week and a half. And, a lot of comments go back for Kobe of how his demeanor and how he handled situations back to previous spring trainings, right? And catching him in certain moments where it caught him off guard and he showed a little bit more emotion, and people were really critical of him then. And I don't think that was fair, but that's a part of being a big leaguer. That's a part of being a top prospect. People are going to put expectations on you, and you got to learn to handle that. And I thought from that side, I was really proud of him, because you had a moment in Miami where everyone's criticizing you and you stand up after the game and you answer the questions, and that humanizes you. That's number one. But 2, even if he's having doubt, which of course that's what everyone has, and you're playing the hardest sports you can as a big league hitter, trying to figure out if you're a regular everyday guy and the team's struggling. So individual struggles, team struggles. And for Kobe, he kept putting in the work. And honestly, I think him being benched, or not, benched, but not starting lineup that game in game 1, I think it almost took him out of his routine. And it said, hey, go out and play. Go out and you're not having your normal routine when you're in the starting lineup. So for hitters or position players, they have different routines when they start a game and when they don't. So him being thrusted in, he didn't have that same routine he would have prepping to start. And that could be a silver lining of what could get him to just relax a little bit more, because I'm a huge believer that he can be a huge offensive impact for this team. I am. I don't like that 6 weeks of time where you haven't played every day is going to dictate that. But for what he did this series, it showcased what he can do. Now the challenge with every hitter and every young player is it's not what you can do for a couple games. Can you string it together now? Can you continue to build off of that? And that's going to be the question. But certainly if he does, the Orioles are looking for more of those guys to step up. A lot of those guys have been waiting, and hopefully when 1 or 2 of those guys can get going with this lineup, and Gunnar Henderson included, this team can do some really dangerous things offensively.
Ryan Ripken, always great, sir. Thank you so much for your time. We will chat next week.
All right, guys. Have a great rest of your week. Talk to you soon.
Ryan Ripken, sponsored by Homeward Bound. Skip the emergency room. Homeward Bound Urgent Care is open late for your pets weekdays and weekends in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com. We'll come back, get you the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for what's it? Westwood One Radio coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll wrap up the 3-game series between the Orioles and the Yankees, and it is Thursday. That means the NFL schedule comes out. We'll preview it and give you our thoughts.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL announced their international schedule, and traveling the most amount of miles this year are the San Francisco 49ers. With an opening trip to Australia, a trip to Mexico City, and road games in Atlanta and New York, the 49ers are flying over 38,000 miles this season. Having a team that is often injured and adding in all of that travel, I'm not too high on Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers this year. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of koosh balls. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the accident after the Fort McHenry Tunnel at Eastern Avenue. There's big delays there. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound still heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from 95 to Security Boulevard, and it's heavy again on the inner loop through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Cromwell Bridge Road. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy between Reisterstown Road and Liberty Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I think it needs to be mentioned, our time with Joe LaCroix is over after today, is it not? It's been a very nice 2 days. Like, we missed Beltway Ben.
This is the definition of bittersweet, right?
Back to the coal mines.
We love Ben.
Yes.
But we love Joe.
Yes.
And man, Jimmy was ecstatic with Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know. And this is with all due respect to Ben, and Jimmy loves Ben, but dude, he was taking a selfie with Joe in there, and like
that's only the second time I've really interacted with Jimmy.
Yeah,
we were always at we're 2 shifts in the night.
Well, the morning show, I can't imagine Jimmy's up that early.
He filled in one time, like 2 years ago, maybe.
Did he?
Yeah, it was interesting.
Was it with Jeremy?
It was with Jeremy.
Dude,
yeah.
I cannot imagine that.
It's a lot of coffee.
Jeremy and Jimmy. That would go off the rails quickly.
If he wore those pants, he'd be up for...
Dude, those pants.
Were some,
how sick were they, Joe?
Yeah, there's some cool pants.
I mean, that's kind of stuff I can't afford.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But Jimmy sometimes he
wait,
shoes,
were they Under Armour?
They were Under Armour.
I think
okay.
So.
I got a connected Under Armour too.
Yeah,
do you?
My brother works for Under Armour.
Oh.
IT.
Jimmy doesn't know.
No, when we went to the Maryland game, he was like, "Who's that guy?" I think Jimmy might have been wearing those pants.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Who's that guy with those pants on down?" I was like, that's Jimmy Patso.
Sunshine.
I was like, he actually is on the board of your company. And he's, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
All right, boys. This is bittersweet. I'm going to miss this. I have to get up at 4 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, talk about a quick turnaround.
You got to do what you got to do,
Go
man.
to sleep in half an
going
hour.
home and going to bed.
All right, this is from Dave in Baltimore. Everyone was obsessed with giving Gunnar a long-term contract, but I think Adley needs to be the one that the front office focuses on when it comes to building for the future.
Someone must have been listening to the break.
Yeah.
Because
what have I been saying because he's not a Boris client. I've been saying, and I said it before the season, I said if Adley gets off to a good start, I didn't think it'd be this good. I think he's the next guy to get extended.
Well, I remember you posed the question when MLB Jimmy Patsos joined us.
Yes.
That's Greg Amsinger.
Yes. Oh, coming in like hot fire.
He just was hot take after hot take after hot take. And one thing that he said was Adley Rutman will be traded by the trade deadline. And we were thinking, and we love Greg.
Yeah.
We would love to have him back
opinions are
on.
great, yes.
And he was awesome. I think he said the Royals would win 100 games as well.
He did. He was on one.
We kept saying if the Orioles are as good as we think they will be, and we thought that they'd make the playoffs.
Yes.
Adley would play a role in that, and
Correct.
You're not looking to trade Adley Rutman when you're a winner. Now, all bets are off if they're out of it at the deadline, and we'll see what happens. But you asked the question, you posed the point. Adley Rutman is more likely to sign an extension by the deadline than be traded by the deadline, and I agreed with you.
Well, you didn't at the time.
No,
No, I agree with you at the time. Under that premise. Premise, because I just thought it would be ridiculous them trading him midseason.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Now, next offseason, with a year left to control, all bets are off. But totally.
I think Adley Rutman is the next guy to get extended. And the way he's swinging the bat right now, I think let's face it, all the other guys are Boris guys except for Trevor Rogers, but you're not looking to extend him right now.
No, Trevor Rogers needs to get back on track before you can
extending guy with a 6 ERA.
Think of that, but Adley definitely it makes the most sense out of the bunch.
What do we have on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, Nate Boyer is going to be joining us, and he is promoting Merging Vets and Players. They're hosting 4th Annual Champions of Change Awards and Benefits Gala in Washington, D.C. He's a former Seahawk guy who was on the practice squad, Green Beret.
Yeah.
A heck of a lot tougher than you and I.
Yeah.
Rock Kabako will be joining us.
He's a tough guy.
Dude. Rock could snap both of us.
Every day is Arms Day.
Every day is on Arms Day. And Zach Britton is going to be joining us. And Zach Britton has recently started a newsletter, which is pretty interesting. Yes, it's called The Save. He sends it out every Tuesday. I think he's on his 3rd newsletter he just put out this week. So we'll be talking to Zach about Orioles and his new endeavor.
That sounds cool. The newsletters. I like it.
I'm on his pinned tweet here. He said, I kept the journal after every outing for the majority of my career, so a newsletter felt like the right place to start. That's The Save. New issue every Tuesday morning.
Awesome. Well, Joe LaCroix, thank you so much for filling into the very big shoes of one Beltway Ben Hall. We will miss you, Joe. Hopefully we see you again soon.
Make it sound like I'm leaving.
He's our boss.
Unfortunately, I'm not your boss. I am not your boss. No one has told me that.
For the time being.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But that's it for us. Westwood One Radio coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow, too, here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.